Attention surfers, we are 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes to start. Good morning and welcome. Aloha kakahiaka. Welcome to day 2 here at Sunset Beach. Day number 3 overall of the Stand Up World Tour. Turtle Bay and Sunset Beach Pro. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dave Kalama.
Good morning.
And Dave, we're going to get this heat started in just a little bit, but the conditions compared to yesterday, what do you think?
A lot more surfable. And I think these guys will be stoked because they're going to be able to do what they practice to do off the lip, cut back, and really take the performance level up another notch.
And I agree 100%. Okay, Dave, we've got 8:15 on the clock right now. Here we go. We're counting down to start heat number 5 of round 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in heat 1, we've got red. That's Keahidea Boitz. He's done very well here at Sunset before. We've got white Yuri Dabrikau from Brazil, the young guy Kainoa Teixeira from Brazil, and Californian Matt Becker. So it's going to be a pretty fun heat to watch. All these guys have really good skills. Heat number 6, check in Poinaiki Raioha, Mateus Salazar, Alexis Daniel, and Pomai Ho'opili check in for heat number 6.
So we got 2 Brazilians, an Australian, and a Californian, huh?
Yeah.
That should be a good mix out there.
Yeah.
2 Brazilians is going to mean trouble.
Yeah, you know, you got the more experience, and then you got the young guy, Kainoa, who I've seen him come up the last couple years and really start to fill in physically and dial his turns in really well.
Yeah.
That's Matt Becker. He was the last guy out, first guy on the board, and just a pogo stick off that first wave into the white water.
Looks like he's going to have his work cut out for him getting back out to the lineup after that one.
Yeah, that's the thing about Sunset Beach. I mean, if you know, that wave probably was like a 1-point ride, and you paid a big price for a 1.0 regarding time, a little bit of beatings. But
yeah,
time is the hugest factor here. It's such a huge area.
That's the thing I noticed. You watch from the beach, and you see the surfing, but what you don't see is the strategy going on out there and all the calculating and trying to figure out, where should I be? Should I go for this one? Is it going to score me high enough? And there's so much of that that goes into it that you don't see. It kind of blows me away. It's an art in itself, you know?
Yeah, you're right. There's a million things going through your mind as we see White, who's able to get a nice-looking wave, but he kicks out. That was Yuri Dabrikau. But, yeah, a lot of people watching on the beach and maybe even on watermanleague.com where we are live, maybe thinking, oh, it looks pretty easy. And the camera also, when you're watching live, doesn't do it as much justice, but it's still great that you're able to tune in from far away as we see Kainoa Teixeira coming from pretty far outside. This one didn't really offer that wall that you want at Sunset to maximize your scoring. Judges are looking for the critical move in the critical part of the wave.
Well, the thing with today, like yesterday, is I think they're scoring the best 2 waves. So you got to get 2 under your belt first, and then you can really start to push the envelope. Because if you don't have 2 waves, you're not even in the game yet.
Yeah, you have to get, something to ride, something to at least build a foundation. I mean, you hope and cross your fingers and pray that your first wave can be a ringer and a keeper, but most of the times not the case, especially on a day like today, at a place like Sunset, where it's so much of it is luck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to say, but a lot of competitions are based on luck. Everybody loves watching these poker tournaments on TV, and everybody loves football and all the sports that there is a lot of luck involved in a lot of sports. But here, when you're dealing with Mother Nature and you can control that much less, it's like, well, okay, I'm just here.
Yeah, it really is. You prepare, you train, you work on your boards and all your equipment. You do everything you can to give yourself a good opportunity to succeed. But at the end of the day, if that right wave doesn't come to you, you don't get the opportunity, and there's the luck, and you need a little bit of it.
Yeah. We do not have live scoring at this point, so we'll just update you when we see them on the screen here. But we have 20 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. So just like that,
Well, we might not have the live scoring, but we got the rip meter up here between you and I. We can tell when somebody's ripping.
That's for sure. And you see that inside section right there at at Val's Reef. It's so shallow in there. I wonder if we're going to see any surfers making the connection and using that, because, especially as the heat winds down, it's not only super fun to ride a wave real far, but strategically, maybe not early in the heat because the scoring's not as available, but as the heat goes on, you're in your latter parts, or if you just, you need something a little bit more, that connection can provide, a couple of more opportunities. You're not going to get the same scale of scoring as the outside, but you may be able to use it for a little bump up in the score.
All right, who do we got? That's Matt Becker, isn't it? Nice bottom turn, working the top, and the party's over right there. But he's riding it out.
Yeah, and he's on the board with 2 waves. I give him tons of credit for being on the beach with about a few minutes to start and being able to make it out there, and not only that, but be able to get 2 waves before I think his other competitors. Or at least Keahi doesn't have a wave yet. So credit to Matt Becker for being on the hustle, and that's what it takes, to advance through these rounds. You got to be a go-getter. You got to, be disciplined at the same time, but you got to catch waves.
His start to his heat, just getting out to the shore break, could have been a point where basically he fell apart. He got destroyed in the shore break.
Right.
And that can really affect you mentally. So for him to recover as well as he did, go out and get two waves on the board, now he can really be aggressive and he can really attack these guys and see what he can do with that opportunity.
That's a great point, because it wasn't on screen and we were just kind of watching before we went live. And he was diligently trying his best to make it through the shore break. And, it goes to show you that with this equipment, with the break, that's something you got to take into consideration. And he just had a moment of bad luck, but you're absolutely right. He could have fell apart then. He could have, given up. He could have let it affect him going out mentally more than anything. Yep. And he showed that he's already forgot about it.
Yeah, I would say if there was a morning donut award, Matt's got it right now. But like you say, he recovered well and he's off and running, and I'd say he's ahead of the pack right now.
Well, speaking of morning donuts, when the biscuits come out to bake on the beach here, we'll say the Sunset Bakery is officially open.
Hey, speaking of one of our other competitors, Keahi, I had the chance to surf with him a while ago.
Yeah.
And what struck me is kind of a blessing and maybe even a curse is the guy is so smooth. Everything he does looks easy.
Yeah.
And while that's good for style points, it almost could lessen the degree of the difficulty of the maneuvers he's doing because he makes them look easy.
That's spot on right there, Dave. Is that it's almost like guys I can compare it to, like in the surfing world, would be a Parko kind of guy. You know, that type of surfer where they're doing these incredibly amazing moves in these critical parts of the wave, but their body language says that I do this in my sleep.
Yeah.
And that sometimes, you know, could be a detriment. But for the most part, you know, I think the judges appreciate, you know, I've seen him out here on just some wicked days getting some awesome waves. As we see Yuri Dabrikal from Brazil, he's on his backhand and gets a nice top turn cut back right there. Sets up for a steeper inside section, and then it just clobbers him. He got
lights out, it looks like.
Exploded, yeah. So Yuri on the board, however, and currently right now it's Matt Becker with that last wave score of a 4.67. That's a keeper on a day like today in the first heat, you know, kind of the tester heat, guinea pig, see what it figured it out there. A 4.67 is a pretty good score. He's got a 1.17 to back it up. Yuri Dabrikal, he'll improve his scoring. He only needs a 3.52 to catch Matt Becker. So that top turn on the outside, we'll see if that was a one maneuver wave that was worth it. But regardless, he'll be solid in second. Kainoa Teixeira just got the one wave of a 1.83. Kelly Diaboitz needs a wave. And 15 minutes to go, Dave.
And the heats are 25 minutes today?
25 minutes is what I've gotten word. Hey, can we confirm the heat link while we're halfway through our first one? Thank you. Here we go. Kainoa on the outside and just a little too far out, and Keahi's going to pump into it. You see that wind rippling his jersey quite a bit. It's starting to form into a nice offshore breeze. And Keahi just kind of toying with this one, waiting for the redevelopment on the inside, and gaffs it nicely off the top there for his first meaningful turn, and then pumps it right into a little tail whip. And a nice attempt for a lip bash as that infamous sunset section flattens out, but good start.
Yeah, I'd say he's on the board. You know, he's in the mix now. If he can back that up with another wave, he'll be looking good. Obviously, that wasn't as aggressive as he can possibly serve, but like we spoke about, he just needs to get himself on the board, and with a wave like that, I think he's doing well.
That's Kainoa Teixeira. And a couple of turns, but nothing much there. And this is Matt Becker. And Matt gets a little bit of a shouldery section there, so not much critical opportunity for Matt Becker. Here we go, Matt Becker. A lot of speed down the line and fits right into that closeout section. And, you know, he's just continuing riding now to get over to the paddle out area, to the channel, which is a little bit of a strategy sometimes here at Sunset. You know, there's times when you might just catch a wave for better positioning.
Right. What I've found is even though you take off on waves, it might not be an opportunity to really raise your overall score. Just continuing to stay in the rhythm and stay moving. It creates a rhythm for you, and it seems to put you in sync with the sets a little bit, and then sometimes your opportunity might come later rather than right at that particular moment.
Heat number 6, check in, Pomai Ho'opili. Pomai, check in for heat number 6. Some of the boys that have been out already this morning for a practice session. How's your relationship with Sunset?
You know, quite honestly, I don't make it over to Oahu much, so that means I haven't really been out to Sunset probably more than 4 or 5 times at the most. But every time I go out, she seems to like me because I always get a few good waves. And so my experience with Sunset's always been a good one, and I've had a blast. And, you know, even despite some of the reputation of being a little bit unfriendly, I've always had a good experience with the locals out here and really enjoyed myself. So I love it.
Well, you know, it's nice to when you can have the quality over quantity. It's not how many times you surfed it, but the times you did, you enjoyed it. And, you know, it's that kind of place where I think if you kind of know a little bit about Hawaiian waves, I mean, this is one of the kind of stereotypical Hawaiian reef breaks, I guess you would say.
Right.
So if you can get along on places like Maui and Kauai and Hanalei and Honolulu and places like that, and you come to Sunset Beach and it's, you know, you're like, oh, I get them.
Plus, I think if you know a little bit of Hawaiian protocol, and you know that a smile and a little bit of respect can go a long way around here.
And one mean off the top.
Exactly.
That's the total package right there. So we got scores coming in. First score for Keahi de Aboitz goes from 4th to 1st with a 6.67. So red is in first. Matt Becker in blue in second. He's got that high wave of a 4.67 and now backing it up with a 1.93. Yuri Dabrikau with a 2.33. His last score, that one nice backhand cutback on the outside, was a 3.17. So he needed a 3.52, so nearly got there with the one maneuver. But, you know, just a 3.17. So he's still in third, and now he needs to make it up with a 3.44. The young Kainoa Teixeira in fourth needs a 5.28. That's
Kainoa up and riding. Looking down the line, trying to set something up. Got a little bit ahead of him. Still looks like he's going to go do a reef check real quick and get back with the results in a minute.
Yeah, and that's not going to be the 3.28 that he needed, Dave. So he'll have to take another crack at it and hope that Matt or Keahi don't get another better wave to increase that margin. It's just so tough, you know, the lack of your control when you're in the inside after catching a closeout, and it's quite frustrating, especially here at Sunset, because it takes you so long to get back outside. And then if you're cursed with seeing your competitors riding waves while you're paddling out after you got a closeout, it just gets into your head.
Yeah, that's the mental aspect of what's going on out there, is maintaining your composure.
Right.
When you're in a bad situation, you're not going to be there forever, but you have to be willing to accept that sometimes you are going to be in that situation.
Right.
Be patient, get back out, make hay when you have the opportunity, but be patient when you're in those situations.
Wow, we should be recording this. Oh, we are. That is excellent insight there, because it is such a mental game, such a mind trip for yourself, that you have to keep yourself, you know, composed, motivated, and you know, you can be frustrated, but you can't let it get out. You know, you just have to kind of put your head down and take it out on the next section you see, or the next lip that's coming around, and do it that way, because, you know, it's so easy to fall into that. And it's more common among the young competitors. You know, the experience factor definitely helps you learn how to cope with that as you move along. But the young guys, that can keep their composure. That's when you look at them, wow, that's pretty impressive.
That's part of being a good contest surfer. There's free surfing where you don't feel that pressure.
Like you enjoy.
Yeah. And you can just go out and rip, and you don't got to worry about anything. But you blast that horn, and everything changes. And all of a sudden, now the mental game is just as important as the physical. And the guys that have the experience understand that, and they can work their way through it. And you got to understand, everybody's going to get caught in a bad situation sooner or later.
Yep, and this is Blue in a pretty good situation right here with this wave. Nice snapping turn off the top and get some speed down the line. I like the way he trims that paddle on the face and gets a little check turn there and swoops it. Good emphasis on that cutback there for Matt Becker. That will improve on a 193, Dave. I think it's safe to say.
Judging by that one cutback where we saw him throw it just a little bit harder, I think he knows he's got two good waves, and now it's time to take it up a notch and start pressing a little more and pushing the envelope and see what he can do, because he's already got a safety net underneath him.
And you know what? He's got a 4.67 and that 193 that's kind of hindering him right now. But that wave could be upwards or even possibly above his current high wave. So Matt Becker looking good after that exchange with 6 minutes remaining. And just like that, we have, under 6 minutes remaining. Keahi's got one wave of a 6.67. He's also doing the quality route today. And he's sitting there out on the outside just, even now is really composed. He's patiently waiting. We'll see what that last score does for Matt Becker. Only needed a 2.01 to go to first, so I think it's safe to say Matt Becker's going to be in first.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's no way that's not at least a 2. So he's going to be in the driver's position here pretty quick when that score comes up, and it'll be interesting to see how Keahi responds.
And that little turn there got him started as he made that long drop and then trimmed it down the line. A little check turn before that section, comes around for the money turn right here and puts it on the rail and shows us the fins a little bit. Here's Keahi de Aboitz.
Keahi up and riding with that smooth style. Good positioning. He's just looking for that opportunity to score. Rah! Little tail whip right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the money. He's going to take advantage of that opportunity, and that's exactly what he did. And like I said, he does it with such smooth style. Mm-hmm. You're like, hey, I could go out and do that.
Yep, the Tahitians. Yorana, boys. So Matt Becker gets a 5.83 on that last score, Dave. That is his best score. Keahi de Aboitz down to second with a 6.67, and he's going to add to that score with his last wave. So we'll see what Yuri Dabrikau and Kainoa Teixeira need with 4 minutes and 15 seconds now, Dave. They are literally up against the ropes with these two guys.
Yeah, they got their work cut out for them now.
So Keahi's score coming through. If it comes in better than a 3.83, he'll take the lead, and it does. And we're watching the replay. It comes in at a 5.07. So he's milking this one and finishes strong, throws a little tail. And like you said, Dave, it just, almost makes it look too easy.
I'm sure everybody on the beach and our one guest who's watching the broadcast is probably thinking, I can do that.
Yeah. That was a 5.07. So that takes Keahi to first place. Matt Becker down to second. Yuri Dabrikau in third, now needs a 7.33. Kainoa Teixeira in fourth, now needs a 7.17.
Hey, well, like we were talking earlier about that luck, this is when Yuri and Kainoa could use a little bit of it. And if the ocean were to smile upon them and send them a nice set, that sure would be helpful right now.
And they'll need to perform the best in the heat so far if they're going to think about it, because they need scores above 7s. And that's it's easy to do when the waves are good, and but when you're under this pressure with the time and you got to make it happen, it gets you a little bit shaky. You got to deal with those nerves. But we're now in the 2 minute and 40 time mark right now, and good news for Yuri and Kainoa is that they're not out of the competition yet.
That's right. Everybody gets a second chance, and my son Austin is counting on that to try and work his way back up. But I think that that's a really great thing about this contest. It's not one and done. You get another chance, and even if you don't win that second opportunity, it's another opportunity to learn.
Exactly. It is a great learning experience. I'm sure your son Austin, from yesterday morning to this morning, the knowledge and experience he gained was only, maybe an hour worth of surfing, but probably an immense more amount of learning.
Oh, absolutely. For every single one of these guys, even Keahi or Kai Lenny for that matter, time they're out in the water, in the heat, win or lose, you learn something that will help you. Uh-oh, looks like somebody's board got away from them. Helps you in the future.
As we see Keahi on the end bowl there, just a quick visual on the web, and he looks at his watch, 1 minute and 25 seconds. The big sets on the outside, kind of filling up your screen there. The waves today, much more manageable than they were yesterday. We're forecasted to have winds, but on the buoy, the winds are quite southerly. So hopefully, we know for sure the wind is going to pick up. It's just a matter of the degrees of direction. And Dave, with just a half to 1 degree difference, it's a huge difference on the water.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to change the dynamic of how you can turn, what type of turns you can make. With the chop coming into the face, it changes it a lot as opposed to when it's behind you and you've got more time to work your way through those bumps. So that's going to be a huge factor. Like you said, it's supposed to come up. These guys are professionals, though, and this is what they do. And you know for sure they're going to make the most of whatever they do get. And as long as we run, it's on.
All conditions, as evident of yesterday, be prepared for it. And I started to go into a little bit of detail about wind and realized that I'm certainly not an expert in wind, and I'm sitting next to someone who's knows everything about wind.
I've been out on a few windy days.
I'm like, oh, the wind. I'm like, Dave, I'll throw it to you.
I think
we just hope that it stays a little more from the south. If it counting down. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of heat number 5. We got Keahi Deaboitz in first, Matt Becker in second, Yuri Dabrikau in third, Kainoa Teixeira in fourth. Counting down to start heat number 6 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, there's the reality of contests right there, watching most of the time.
Yeah. Spectating, watching, learning.
Baking in the sun, talking with your friends, enjoying the beach. Rocky, I'm thinking you should get a few points just for getting out through the shore break cleanly. Watching these guys, it's like you hardly see anybody get through unscathed.
Yeah, it's not easy today. That's for sure. We're going to check out a little bit of a heat recap of what we saw. We saw Matt Becker make it out last, but get on the board first and scored a 4.67 to start his heat and begin on top. So good job staying determined. He battled through a gnarly shore break to get out there as we have Yuri Dabrikau. That was his best score. He was finishing in third. He'll be off to the repechage. Matt Becker kept it going, stayed busy. He caught the most waves in the heat. And Kainoa Teixeira, the young guy, finished in fourth. He'll have another chance to learn in the repechage. But Keahi Deaboitz really just put quality on the map for us today with a 6.67 and a 5.07 to win the heat.
Yeah, that guy's seasoned. He knows what's up. He knows what he's got to do, and he goes out there and does it. And so I suspect we'll see him for a few more heats before this thing's done.
And Matt Becker able to solidify his berth into round 3. And will be most likely, possibly, done surfing for today. Probably doesn't have to surf again until the final day. If he goes to round 3, we'll have the rest of round 1, and then the record charge round could take us well into this day. But we'll wait and see. We won't make that official announcement yet. But anytime you can leapfrog around, you feel good. So in this heat right now, we've got in red, Poinaiki Rioja. In white, Mateus Salazar. In yellow, Alexis Daniel. And in blue, Pomai Ho'opili. So one Hawaiian, one Tahitian, Brazilian, and a Frenchman. Truly international. Pomai Ho'opili is part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol team. So he's doing some double duty here.
There's an emergency on the ski, so Pomai wasn't quite ready when the heat started, but they're taking his jersey and stuff out.
So right on that point there, just got word that there was something happening on the ski where Pomai needed to be out there, and we've delivered his jersey out to him and board. And now he's got his board, equipment, and his jersey. And the other piece of good news is that he's going to wear it like a cape, as he is the Hawaiian Superman.
Dun, da-da! Out to the lineup.
Yep, there we can tell it's blue. He's got a Taiwan double knot.
Shiraki, being a local guy here, how much of a factor is local knowledge at Sunset?
It is somewhat of a factor, for sure. I mean, but like we talked about the luck factor and Sunset. I mean, you know, I tend to let's watch Red Point. Speaking of some Polynesian power, right there was surfer in red on wave number 1. But you know, experience does play a factor. It really does, and knowledge. Going out there, being able to pick out that certain tree or that certain house, but it's not like you're an invisible person. And like nobody can see where you're sitting and where you're getting the best waves. And like, okay, I see where Rocky is, and he's scoring every time.
Right,
I'm going to sit maybe like 5 or 10 feet over, and when he catches the first one, I'll be in line for the second one. So, you know, the knowledge only goes so far, to a certain extent. But it's great to have knowledge, especially on a free surf day, when there's any given amount of people out here. You kind of know your niche and your spot, and you can surf efficiently. You know, that's being a working man nowadays. It's like you got to surf, make the best of your time, you know. So that knowledge really does help. But overall, you know, when you're in a competition, it's if you know everything and you got 3 other guys, you know, they're just going to follow you, and you can only catch one wave at a time. And there's any given today, there's probably 10, 20, 30 waves during a heat. So you know, you have to use that knowledge to know where to get the best wave and be the first guy to get it, and then really put your stamp on it and make it worth the knowledge.
Well, it looks like he paddled in, but not how we would think of in a...
That could be our previous heat competitor.
Ah, okay, that explains
it. Could be Yuri Dabrikal. Mateus Salazar in the white in this heat, brother of Leko Salazar. And Leko was a world champion on the SUP World Tour. And, you know, his brother's right behind him. I mean, they got a very similar style, and it's fun to watch. And Dave, we're going to take a small break and throw it down to the beach with Stuart Howells. He's got the winner of the last heat Kea Hidea Boits.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it's a little harder than it looks. Can't really see it too much, but there's a pretty strong kind of southwest wind that's blowing straight into it and making it pretty bumpy. But there's waves out there. I guess it's a little cleaner than yesterday, and it's good just to get back in the water. It's been a while for me.
Scored a nice 5 and a 6. Coming back from injury, as you just said. How are conditions? How is it going through the heat?
Yeah, it's kind of a little nerve-wracking to be back out there again, but just stoked to get a couple scores and get through, and looking forward to the next round.
Right on. Thank you, Kiahi. Winner of that heat. We'll throw it back to Rocky. Thanks, Rocky.
Thank you, Stuart, and congratulations, Keahi. We'll see you into round 3. And right now we got heat number 6 in the water. Heat number 7, check in. Zane Schweitzer, Ikaika Kalama, Kieran Grant, and Bullet Obra. Check in right now. Zane Schweitzer, Ikaika Kalama, Kieran Grant, and Bullet Obra. And here's Pomai.
Looks like he's just waiting to set it up. Nice little off the top. Staying in the critical section. Just getting himself on the board. Oh, nice. Made it through there. Looked like he took a little right-hand jab and rode right through it.
And his shorts are just precisely matching his rash guard. He is.
Oh, that's points then.
He
that's
is
points.
super fashion scoring right now. As we see, yellow Alexis Daniel, our French competitor. Nice gaff off the top. Good paddle transfer there. Comes around the corner and just a little bit of a more functional off the top there, and then finishes with a cutback, just getting his feet wet. His feet, warming up. The butterflies looking good on wave number 1.
That's the name of the game, man. Start of the heat. You just got to put points on the board. You got to get something next to your name.
Yeah.
Because if you got goose eggs, you're going nowhere.
Yeah, you don't even get breakfast, bro. That kind of eggs no deliver.
That looks like Josh getting ready for his heat. Or he had a little ding repair to do on the tail of his board, so maybe he's just finishing that up right now.
Right, yeah. Yesterday he battled through the trials and made it to the main event. And yesterday that was truly a trials event. When you think of North Shore, you think of not provement, that's not even a word. Proving yourself. You think of, the proving grounds and the world trials, and then you come up to a day like yesterday and this is the trials, bro. North Shore, Sunset Beach. This is maxing out. And let's see who can handle. And when Wahide made them true.
Yeah, I was really impressed. Yesterday was kind of a gut check.
Yeah.
And the guys that went out there, they get guts. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
That was not your picture-perfect North Shore day by any means.
And it was consequential. A lot of broken boards, broken leashes. Here we go. Poinaiki Raioha with a 6.67 on the board already. Slashes one turn off the top, showing us the fins on that epic bottom turn, and then catches the rail. Dave, it was looking good. You still got to score his turn on the outside and that bottom turn, but could have been a really high score.
I tell you what, I'm all about bottom turns. To me, that sets everything up. That sets the tone. That's where probably the majority of the style is communicated to me. And that bottom turn he did right there, I really like the projection and the speed he held.
Yeah.
Wheels came off a little bit on the top, but I like a solid bottom turn.
And that score still coming through. Alexis Daniel with a 1.67 first wave score and a 4.17 on his second wave. So that was probably the second wave that we saw. And we're going to replay Poinaiki's wave. Look at that turn off the top, really slashing. And then there's that knifing bottom turn.
Yeah.
And those are hard to do with these stand-up paddle boards.
Hey, you know what? Like when I'm out on the beach doing my workouts and I'm doing squats or lunges or whatever the case is, going through my mind is that bottom turn. And so that's, to me, that's where the press, that's where the muscle, that's where a lot of the setup is to execute that big maneuver. And if you don't set it up right, then you're not going to execute right.
Well, and it seems, when you're bottom turning, using the theory of gravity and everything else and pressure, that when you are leaning on that bottom turn, that's the most pressure you're putting on your body almost any time you're riding a wave.
Yeah, thus the lunges and the squats and the visualization that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
When we used to ride Piahi, you coming down the bottom of the wave, and sometimes you touching maybe up around 50 miles per hour. You laying it over and put it on the rail.
Yeah.
That's some pressure, and you
Some
got to be able to hold.
G-force, yeah.
That's some G-force, exactly. And even though these guys aren't going as fast, the arc of the turn creates that pressure, and you got to have that muscle, and you got to do the work to be able to hold it.
And the equipment, like we mentioned, is not the easiest to do it with. So that much more technical skill and power required. Poinaiki Raioha, your second wave of 5.5. Poinaiki is in first with a 5.5 and a 6.7. Alexis Daniel in second with a 4.17 and a 1.67. Pomai Ho'opili's first score, a 2.83. Pomai, you're in third. You need a 3.02. Pomai is in third, needing a 3.02. And in white, Mateus Salazar, no waves yet. He needs a 5.84 if he wants to get up to second place. Time remaining in this heat is 11 minutes and 45 seconds.
All right, so with that much time left, these guys need to be assessing what they've already done and then start adjusting their strategy accordingly. If like Pomai and Mateus that don't have too much going on, now it's time to get busy and be a little less selective, and start getting something more on the board, whereas the other guys can almost either try and raise up what they've done or start protecting their scores by making sure they're on the best waves and not giving that opportunity to the other guys.
Yep,
So-
that's exactly right. The heat is kind of a living document, if you will. It's not all set in stone. You don't have your strategy like carved, in stone to what you're going to do. You have to use the time, and I'm not sure how much exactly how much competition you've done, but I would think as a competitor, you really want to know the time and how much time is left. And I'll see some competitors stroll down to the water's edge without a watch, and it's always puzzling a little bit to me.
It's kind of like eating a big plate lunch. You get, pig on one side, rice, mac salad, maybe some lomi salmon. You can't attack it all at one time. You got to figure out your strategy of how you're going to work through that, right? Same like out here. You gotta have a strategy, and you gotta adjust on the fly according to what you want to eat.
Bruh, you're hired in a heartbeat. That was excellent. It also made me super hungry.
It's almost brunch, right?
Yeah. And speaking of hungry for waves is Poinaiki on wave number 3, already with the lead. And he's just going to keep pouring it on, Dave. That's the thing. When you're feeling the flow, why stop? Just keep going.
Yeah, you can see he's thinking about it now. He's pushing a little harder off the top. Really wants to score. Came back in. Come on.
Oh.
Yeah. He knew he couldn't fall right there because he wants that big score. Well done.
Yeah, that was pretty good surfing there, especially on that last turn, and to hold it. That, if we get that replay and we slow-mo that down, the torque that does on your body, good thing he's only like 16 or 17.
Yeah,
Still real flexible.
I might need a little chiropractic adjustment after that turn.
So Poinaiki is going to pour it on and make the battle for second place. Alexis Daniel currently holding that position, but it's wide open for Pomai Ho'opili and Mateus Salazar, two goofy foots who are well capable. Here's Pomai. And a late drop, that wind really affecting him off the top.
Yeah, you can see that wind's coming into play. He's riding it well, given the conditions and how bumpy it is.
Yep, and a nice smooth cut back to start off his turn number 1. And good paddle transfers. And now coming to the inside, nice top turn there, and survives through that shallow section and that steep section. So Pomai doing some good work there.
That's going to add up there, man. That definitely helped put him in a little better position, I would say.
Yeah, he's currently in third, needs a 3.02, and that, could be around the borderline. We'll see. It definitely was a great wave selection as we see Poinaiki Raioha carving that first turn in the foamy part of the wave. Not the easiest thing to do, but then comes around and really lays it on the rail. And then there, torques it and somehow survives. But back to Pomai's wave, that's the local knowledge right there. He's born and raised right down the road, and that wave lined up perfect. Had everything he kind of wanted with the late drop, the little bit of kind of a playful section in between, and then that super steep one at the end.
Well, what I noticed was throughout that whole wave, he kept being in the right spot.
Yeah.
And I think that plays into what you said about the local knowledge, being able to read this wave and anticipate what it's going to do, so you're in the right place at the right time. And that doesn't just happen by accident.
Yeah. And many times we've talked about the relationship with Sunset Beach you need to have, where it's not you're going out there to challenge Sunset. You're not taking on Sunset. You're going out there to try to submit and fit with what she's doing,
right?
And work with Sunset and be in harmony and in sync with Point Ike, looking like he's got that harmonious vibe going on right now.
Oh, that was nice right there. That was nice. Kind of let that one get underneath him, but again, with the bottom turn. Beautiful bottom turn, beautiful setup, and way to work it.
So Point Ike, his last score was a 5.1, that previous wave that we replayed, and that's not one of his top two. So he's still in first and still counting at 6.67 and at 5.5. Pomai Ho'opili, last score, a 3.33. He goes into second place. So Pomai currently in second. And Alexis Daniel in third in yellow needs a 199 with 6 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. A 199 required for yellow. And Mateus Salazar now needs a 616. No waves yet for the young Brazilian Mateus Salazar. Wondering if he's having a little bit of shell shock right now. Not sure how much he surfs out here. But if that's one thing about Sunset also, especially if you're from Maui like yourself and you surf all these other kind of really powerful Hawaiian waves, Sunset's another powerful Hawaiian wave.
Oh, absolutely.
But if you're from another place and you don't get to surf these waves all the time and you don't put your time in out here, it could be detrimental.
Absolutely. I'd say whenever Mateus does pull that trigger, he better hit the target because he's got some ground to cover. But, hey, luck, learning, that's all part of this competition right now, and he's hopefully learning some valuable lessons about what he needs to do if he gets another opportunity.
Well, and regardless, he will get his reprecharge opportunity on our next day or possibly later today. But with 5 minutes, he's still within a one-wave striking distance with the 616 required, so he's not out of it yet, but he just kind of is making it that much harder for himself by not staying in the mix and catching waves. And here's some sets coming in right now. Look like Pomai Ho'opili is able to manhandle that whitewater takeoff.
Once again, in the right place, doing the right thing at the right time.
So Pomai kicks out, and that probably won't be one of his top two scores, but he possibly did hold off maybe his other competitors from thinking about catching that wave. And it looked like he was pretty far out, and maybe he wanted to get a little closer to them and keep it tight. The strategy really starts coming into play in the last few minutes.
Well, it's like momentum wants to keep moving.
Right.
And when you've got momentum, you need to keep moving. And even though that might not be the one that you really want, you keep that momentum going, and it can play into your favor on the next opportunity. Yeah,
it keeps you warm, keeps you definitely in the mix. And Mateus Salazar, as you say, Dave, pulls the trigger. And far on the inside, however, this one not going to be offering that critical opportunity that you would need to get a 6-point ride. But he'll get himself on the board. Still got 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He'll see where he stands after that score comes in. And he's chipping away at it.
Yeah, he's a lot closer to where he wants to be than he was a few minutes or a few seconds ago before that wave. So anything's possible.
Zane Schweitzer heading out through the shore break. He'll be in red in the next heat. One of the SUP World Tour top competitors.
In Zane in the membrane.
You've seen him. We'll talk more about him when we get into the next heat, but you've probably seen him come from diapers to...
I actually knew Zane before Zane knew Zane.
Right.
Meaning I was
on.
good friends with his parents way back in the windsurfing days.
Right.
And I can tell you this. While Zane seems a little crazy and always pushing the limits, monkey see, monkey do with his dad, man. His dad was out on the edge at all times.
Yeah, the apple fell on the tree.
So I suspect he'll unleash the hounds here in a second and really go after it.
2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 2:30 remaining. And we've got red and yellow out the back. That's Point Ike, our heat leader, and yellow Alexis Daniel. He's currently in third, and he needs a score. We'll call it a 2.0 because he needs a 199. So we'll round it up and call it a 2, which Alexis needs. Pomai Ho'opili holding on to second place. And all of our competitors are comboed out of first. So Point Ike has really run away with it.
That 2 you were talking about, I'd say he needs to pull into the barrel at this point.
That's definitely going to get him a high score if he can come out.
We haven't really seen any barrels yet today, so I'd have to imagine if you did get one, it would really
It would score good. We saw Aaron Napoleon yesterday pull into a left. And looks like STD, small kind technical difficulties going on down at the water's edge. You know, hey, the first thing I was ever taught when working with Uncle Terry and Kavika Foster and them is that it is a machine. That you never completely rely on the machine. You got to be able to get yourself out of situations on your own power. That the machine is just there as an asset.
That's right. That's right. And we would even call her a she machine.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they're temperamental, right? And you got to treat them nice if you wanted to do what you'd like.
Yeah.
So that's right. They're not always.
Sometimes you can be doing everything perfect and it still freaks out. From time to time. But you got to have the tools, the resources to handle. As we see, yellow only needs a 2.0, and he's starting to look like he's got a couple of turns in. Second turn for Alexis Daniel into a little check turn there. Paddle transfers, and keep in mind, only needs a 2.0, so he carves one last turn. And you wonder with 20 seconds if he's going to go for the connection all the way to the inside with now 15 seconds remaining as far as he can, but he knows that's it.
I'd have to say the first half of that wave was at least a 2, so if I do the math on that, I'm guessing somewhere closer to a 4 because he got a few turns in.
Yep.
Four might be a little high. I don't know. We'll
Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry. Counting down to start heat number 7. In 5, 4. Sorry, we'll wait. Stand by. We'll get that score in. Last of Alexis Daniel was a 5.67. He goes to second. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, Dave, Alexis Daniel gets the third best score of the heat with a 5.67. Goes to second, so it's Point Ike Rioja in first, Alexis Daniel in second, Pomai Ho'opili in third, and Mateus Salazar in fourth. And as we check out the heat recap, it was Alexis getting off to a good start in the beginning and performing well enough for second place. And he's from France, so you wonder how often he gets to surf Sunset Beach. And it's probably not often, but Point Ike, he owned it.
Yeah, he certainly did. Really impressive surfing. Today's getting tough, you know. The way the wind is and the swell is actually dropping pretty quick. When I just look back, these guys got the work cut out for them to perform at the level they are. And so good job by everybody. Obviously, only a couple get to come out of that heat, but it was pretty obvious. Everybody gave it their best effort.
Yep, and no losers here in this round. They will be on to the repechage round, so second chances for all of our round one competitors. And we're going to call up the next heat as I think Poinaike's coming in. But on the outside, that is red Zane Schweitzer. And we're going to call the next heat really quick just so we can get them checked in. While we watch Zane tag it off the top. That was some quality right there. We need Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, Casper Steinfath, and Keli'i Mamala to check in. Heat number 8, check in. Mo, Noah, Casper, and Keli'i. And that's Blue Bullet Obra from the Big Island, I believe.
Well, Zane certainly came out swinging. Started out with a right, turned it into a left, and who knows what he did after that, but nice way to start.
We're starting to feel a little bit of breeze. You might hear some woofs over the microphone of wind, and that's the forecasted wind that everybody's been mentioning and bracing for. We had about a week of gnarly wind before yesterday, and then yesterday was our calmest day, but it happened to be 10 to 15 feet Hawaiian size, 20 to 30, so that's why we were running yesterday to get some heats done and essentially put the trialists on trial. And Austin, your son, was able to come away with a qualification into the main round. He seemed super stoked in his interview.
Absolutely.
Talked about skipping school and don't worry, he said afterwards he's going to do his homework. But he was super amped on being here.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen him that stoked. Oh, and here we go, rider in yellow.
Kieran Grant.
Nice setup, faded it back into the critical section, off the top, and looks like he got gobbled up.
So, waiting for that score of Zane Schweitzer and Water Patrol, just doing an equipment check there. They got the other jet ski ready, so always prepared is Hawaiian Water Patrol, and Uncle Terry and the boys have a fleet of skis to choose from, so they're prepared. Poinaike getting some congratulations on the beach, and we're still standing by for that first score of Zane Schweitzer. You said it, Dave. He came out swinging, and that's just how I imagine Zane coming out of bed.
I think that's how he came out, period, just swinging. Looking for a lip to hit, and he just found it in that first wave.
Yeah, and then he went back to the left and really knocked it up there vertical. First score for Zane Schweitzer, an 8.33. First wave for red, Zane Schweitzer, 8.33. First wave of Bullet Obra, a 5.93. First of blue, a 5.93. First wave of yellow, Kieran Grant, a 2.07.
And it looks like Ikaika needs to get himself on the board. But if anybody can do it, he certainly can. This is like his backyard.
I just want to make sure he's out there in white. Oh, yeah, there I see him. And there he is in white. Going over that wave right there. We're going to take you down to the beach right now with the heat winner. Standing by with Tristan Boxford.
Thank you guys. Poinaike, c'était un super début pour la compétition quand même.
Ouais, j'étais content d'avoir passé ma première série et on verra pour la suite après.
Donc un bon passé ici à Sunset et une super année l'année dernière. Tu te sens bien pour le début de l'année?
Ouais, quand même. Je voudrais remercier mes sponsors, F1 et Tetinu et Manira. Et je vois le bonjour à Tahiti, Yorana.
Il y a quand même une bonne famille tahitienne ici quand même.
Oui, Maruru, c'est à eux de venir m'encourager. Merci.
Donc salut à tous à Tahiti. Félicitations pour Nike. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much. And as we end that interview, Ikaika ends his first ride. And Ikaika with a couple of nice turns out the back and makes it through to the inside section where he has to bail off and caught that one fairly deep, so he didn't quite make it to the channel.
Yeah, you can just tell by the way he rides, there's so much comfort and confidence in the way he surfs this wave. It's impressive because that guy, I've seen it myself. I've seen him get the biggest waves at Piahi and take some of perhaps the biggest donuts I've ever seen at Piahi.
Yeah.
So out here right now for today, this is like Sesame Street for him. And you can see it in the way he surfs, just upright and comfortable.
Yeah, and seeing him ride pipe with a stand-up paddleboard the last, few years has been just mind-boggling, to say the least, and really just on another level. There's the Tahitians on screen. Hey, Poinike, we need your rash guard, boo. Your jersey. Yeah, thanks, bro. I know you like cruising and wear them all day, but... Smartphone in, Izzy and the gang. Calling it next band name, Izzy and the gang. She could start her own band. She plays music and sings. She's been to the Surfer Bar open mic a few times. Never see her yet this year, but she's got maybe next Thursday. I don't know if they're still going to be here, but scores up on the board. Bullet Obra holding on to second with his last wave of a 2.23. Ikaika Kalama's first wave was a 107. His second wave a 3.5. He's still in third. Ikaika needs a 4.67. Kieran Grant in fourth, only with a one-wave score of a 2.07. He needs a 6.09 as you look at the contest setup here at Sunset Beach. Flags are blowing a little from the west, so we're going to keep an eye on that. And Dave, at least we got a couple heats going with good waves.
Yeah, it still seems surfable to me, even though there's winds trying to eke its way up and become a factor. It still seems like it's pretty surfable, and based upon how Zane and Ikaika's last waves just look, they look pretty surfable to me. So keep this train rolling.
Yep, 15 minutes to go in heat number 7. And on the outside, there's Blue, Bullet Obra. And Bullet trying to improve on a 2.23. He only needs a 3.08 to catch Zane Schweitzer, who's got an 8.33, but just two small backup scores of a 0.5, and now his official backup score is a 0.67. And, that's what you want to do is get a really good wave, but you cannot forget about that backup score, especially when the tables can turn so quickly at this level and this quality of waves. If you don't have that backup score, you could be second to a guy who's got 2 5s.
That's right. You could have probably the best score of the day, but it don't matter if you got nothing behind it.
Right. And heat number 8 should be all checked in and heading out. That will be Mo Freitas, Noah Janela, Casper Steinfath, and Keli'i Mamala. Now, in this seat, we've got Zane, who you've known for forever. We've got Bullet from the Big Island. He's been competing the last few years. Ikaika, who I've known forever, and you've known forever too. Yeah. And then you got Kieran Grant, who leads a pretty interesting life. At least a couple of years ago, I checked in with him. He's from Australia. Mm-hmm. He's a kite surfer by trade. And he, from Australia, lives in Abu Dhabi.
Whoa.
And he flies small planes, or at least flew small planes for a while. I maybe can confirm that he still does this. But there's so little rain in Abu Dhabi that they put these ice crystals in the clouds that help create moisture. That was the other Kieran I was talking about, actually.
Well, you almost threw me off there.
But there is a guy who does that.
Yeah.
There is a Kieran Taylor is the gentleman I was speaking of. Kieran Grant is from the East Coast, and he is a younger, up-and-coming dude. Been here the last couple of years, really improving exponentially every time you see him compete. He's one of those young kids who works hard. But Zane, you knew since before he knew who he was.
Yeah. Yeah, Zane, I'm fortunate enough, I see him on Maui from time to time, and the kid's got energy, to say the least. That's the most obvious thing. But he operates in a manner that's very, I guess, lack of a better description, Hawaiian.
Yeah.
He's got a big heart, shares that enthusiasm with everybody, and always comes over and says hello, and he's a good representative for his family and Maui in general.
Yeah, and for the sport as well, which is gaining new notoriety. And Ikaika, you've known since probably before he knew him too.
Yeah, Ikaika is, man, that's a Hawaiian right there. The guy get power, he's got that look, the way he lives his life, everything about him is true and authentic, I would say. Mm-hmm. And stoked that he's a cousin of mine. Right on.
I first met Ikaika. We're 10 years old, competing over at the Rel Sun, at the Menehune event there at Makaha. And we kind of knew each other, but we leave it up to Uncle Brian Surratt to connect the dots of like how we fit together as a team. Like he rode for Locomotion and Quicksilver, and Uncle Brian ran for was Locomotion team person, but I rode for like Blue Hawaii and Gotcha. But he's like, "Oh, you guys on the team? See him on the boards." I was all connected. I was like, "Okay, Uncle, shoots." And since then, bro, we've been like really, really close friends, and a lot of good times together. We're exactly the same age, so that the age division through competition was always surfing the same days, same heats a lot of times. So it was a lot of good fun growing up with Kikes. And he's currently in third. He needs to get a 4.67 if he is going to leapfrog into round 3. And Kieran Grant from Florida needs to get a big score too. Here's Zane.
Zane snapping hard off the top. Nice bottom turn. Oh, look at that. Almost like dodging under the lip on that last bottom turn. Yeah, you can kind of see Zane's into really using that paddle left, right side, any kind, whatever it takes. He's going to do it. And, wow, that was really nice surfing right there.
And he's got a really stout stout physique that enables him to put the power into those turns. And being a competitive shortboard surfer and just surfer from the years, it's hard not to watch this sport and then try to compare it to the shortboard surfers that you know of, and Zane really, to me, especially on that wave right there at Sunset Beach, the way he was surfing it, I mean, take away the paddle and it was like a little Aki or Tommy Carroll action.
That's what I was thinking. TC, Tom Carroll.
Yeah.
Just power galore, snapping off the top. And That looks like, the kind you'd be trying to push over a
Paddle in your hand, especially if you're going to compare it to conventional surfing, much different having a paddle in your hand. And the way that you have to have it work with your style and with your turns is actually a whole nother dynamic.
I sort of describe it as like walking around a construction site with a hammer in your hand and not hitting a nail. If you don't use that tool in your hand, then what's the point of having it there?
Yeah.
You got to do something with it.
Right.
And as Zane just showed, he knows how to use it and maximize everything he does because he's got that paddle in his hand and he's using it to his benefit to accentuate the turns.
Yeah.
Crank harder on the bottom, commit more to the rail because he's got that paddle to use.
Yep, and it's definitely a good point that it is a steering aid at times. It is a leverage aid, and also for speed. When you're going down the line, you got an extra. You're pumping and you got a blade, so you'll get going that much quicker to either make it around a section or to make it through a flat section. So definitely a good use of that piece of equipment by Zane Schweitzer, and it's part of the judging criteria. If you drop your paddle on your turn, the rest of your wave won't count.
It's like your shorts falling off. You're kind of naked out there on the wave, so you got to have your paddle in your hand.
Exactly like it. Oh boy, you're hired, man. Want to say once again.
It looks like these guys
checks
are...
in the mail, bro.
Okay.
Can we get you?
Add one more zero, I'll show up.
Okay.
It looks to me like these guys are kind of playing the patience game and looking for that wave that's going to add up and help their score, because right now it's a little bit of a challenge to find that right one, I'd say.
All right, there's a view from the bike path looking out into the surf. Mahalo to all of our great sponsors. We got to say a thank you to Red Bull. Thank you to, of course, Turtle Bay Resort, as well as 27 Degrees, Nash Boards, Starboard, JP Australia, Rogue Paddle Boards, Corban, Fanatic, and all of our great supporters here. Thank you very much. And thank you guys for joining us live here on the beach. We're doing a simulcast today as like yesterday. We're doing broadcasting to the beach and competitors. And we're also broadcasting live on www.watermanleague.com. And
hey, one more thank you to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, too.
Yes, absolutely.
I know we're nowhere without our sponsors, but without those guys watching our back, everybody out there is going to be a little bit more exposed to all the dangers in the water.
They are, as they proved yesterday, a necessary and crucial asset to the running of any events here on the North Shore. And we thank them. Mahalo. And there's Ikaika, another member. So 2 heats in a row. 2 Hawaiian Water Patrol guys doing some double duty, which I definitely enjoyed doing during my days operating skis and doing rescues at the contest, and then being able to compete was like a little butter on the biscuit.
I got a proposal, Rocky. So Ikaika out there in this heat right now. I know he's got kids. He's got a job. I propose that if you got 2 kids, that's worth a few points right there.
Okay, we're going to start stacking them up. The shore break points, the keiki points.
Yeah, mortgage get points.
We'll check in with Dave.
9 to 5,
we're
you get
do a little
more
section
points.
called Dave Points.
I'm going to have to start lobbying for the older guys in the contest and start seeing what I can do to help out.
Okay. No, we'll start a petition for sure. Dave's points.
The handicap factor by Dave Kalama.
Yeah, just like golf, bro. You know, they get them over there. So we'll talk about that. So far, we got shore break points. That's, depending on the conditions and situation. Today is definitely a day.
Yeah, you make it shoot the shore break dry. That's points.
Oh, hair dry is extra. For real. No, this is pretty classic. So, and the kids.
If you had to drop the kids this morning before you came to the event, you get points.
What if you brought your kids over there? You get over here, you get more points. Huh?
Yeah.
That's more hard.
You get points from them.
So, time remaining in this heat, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to go. There's Sean Pointer getting ready. One of our another East Coast competitors. We got one in this heat. Kieran Grant in the yellow. He's only got a 2:07. Younger guy, kind of almost deja vu to what happened in the last heat with Mateus Salazar.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him. Zane driving hard off the bottom. A little bit shouldery, but he worked that cut back into the whitewater. One more time. There you go. I think he's just trying to keep busy, keep the rhythm going, and be ready to do something when that opportunity presents itself. But
hey, well, Dave, we got to update folks on the beach with this score. The previous score, as we watch Ikaika, previous score of Zane Schweitzer, a 9.77. Previous wave of Zane, a 9.77. Here's Ikaika. He's on the bubble. He needs a 4.60 now to get into second place. And somewhat casual on that one, and that wave didn't really have that nice wall you need.
yeah, I think he's used to being in a little bit more critical wave, and that one didn't really present itself to bowl up as much as I'm sure he would have liked. But he did make the most of it, and like we said earlier, smooth, casual style, always in control, classic Hawaiian style, I guess you'd say.
And Zane Schweitzer coming through with that 9.77. That's the one that we watched the replay and started dropping some Aki Tom Carroll names on it. But that was a really critical turn up in the high part of the wave and finished it strong. It was a beautiful wave. And he's on top. Everybody else, just like the last heat with Poinaiki, is battling for second. So really similar. We got a Hawaiian Water Patrol guy vying for second place like Pomai was in the last heat. We've got a young newcomer still kind of trying to figure it out there in fourth. We've got Bullet Obra, who was like Alexis Daniel, just trying to stay busy and get the mediocre stuff. And then you got a guy like Zane blowing everybody out of the water.
He's just making giant craters in the reef out there, I think, with the bombs he's dropping.
Yeah. So 2 bombs in this heat. 8.33, 9.77, and 18.1. That's the best 2-wave total we've seen for the event so far. So we'll make sure we give Zane some props when he gets back to the beach. And ladies and gentlemen, you saw the surfing. It was high quality.
I think Zane just kind of shot one across the bow.
Counting down: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that does it for round 1, heat number 7. Heat number 8 on deck. Zane making his way in. There's the start of heat number 8. We're watching the recap of the last heat. Zane Schweitzer dominating the field. Bullet Obra holding on to second place. Ikaika Kalama finishes in third, followed by Kieran Grant in fourth. Heat number 8 underway. Heat number 9, please check in. Heat number 9. Check in. Sean Pointer, Fisher Grant, Masa Motohashi, Josh Riccio, check in. Here's yellow. This is Casper Steinfath. Here we go. Mo Freitas up and riding on the outside. Waiting for this one to form up. And it finally does. Carves around. Nice bottom turn there for Mo. And it keeps it all the way through. Hey, those of you down on the beach here that are unaffiliated with the event and you'd like to win some stuff from Turtle Bay Resort, please either check in at the Turtle Bay tent down on the beach over to my right, I believe. But also go to turtlebayresort.com/SUP. That's the quickest and easiest way to enter. turtlebayresort.com/SUP. You'll be entered once for some prizes today, and you'll be entered once to win our grand prize that we will pull in December for a 5-night trip to Turtle Bay. So airfare and Turtle Bay accommodations for 5 nights for you and a person could be a winner for that grand prize. So go to turtlebayresort.com/sup for your chance to win some stuff today while you're hanging out here on the beach, and we'll call your name when we pull them out, and for your chance to win a 5-night stay at Turtle Bay. And we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back after these messages. And on the beach, we've got Stuart Howells standing by with the new holder of the best wave combo of the contest, Zane Schweitzer.
Gave me and everybody here watching from the beach an absolute sunset masterclass. How was it for you out there?
Oh, it was a lot of fun. You know, this morning I didn't really get to get much of a warm-up session. Kind of just powed out right as the horn was blowing for the first heat. So I was stoked to get out there and catch a few fun waves. And I'm loving the new starboards. They're working great. Just stoked to be out here. Honored to be a part of the Waterman League and the Stand Up World Tour. And really excited more than ever for this year.
Not just impressing us on the beach, impressing upstairs as well, the judges. Just explain a couple of them turns. 9.77 ride, backed up with an 8. An awesome round. Just explain a couple of those two rides for me.
I don't know. I'm going to have to see the video footage for that. But I think maybe one of my better rides was a right, for sure. Yeah, but I had a few fun, nice connections. Board's feeling great. Fin setups are good. Got the new FCS2 performers in there. And yeah, everything's feeling really good. I'm super stoked and just can't wait to get back out there. I hope the conditions stay solid for us. You know, I'd rather be in big and messy than small and clean. So, yeah, really stoked to continue on.
Right on, Zane. Thank you ever so much. Go and get some rest. Rocky, back up to you in the box.
Thank you. Scores coming in for Mo Freitas. His first wave in red was a 4.0. His second wave a 1.2. Mo is in the lead. Noah Janella is in the white with a first wave score of a 3.03. Casper Steinfath in the yellow has a 1.93. Kaylee Mamala, no waves yet as Mo goes up and out. But so we got a couple of North Shore boys, Mo Freitas, Noah Janella in the red and in the white. And a Hawaiian from the Big Island, lives on the North Shore now, Kaylee Mamala. And a guy who's from an awesome, very popular surfing nation of Denmark, Casper Steinfath.
Yeah, there's the famous big wave rider. What was his name from Denmark?
Denny? Dennis?
Dennis?
It was Dane, because he was Danish.
That's right. That's
But Casper Steinfath, Team Starboard rider, and competes avidly in the racing portion, the Stand Up World Series. So he's become more of a household name on tour. Kaylee Mamala surfs, enormous waves, paddling, towing, stand-up paddleboarding in all forms. And Noah Janella from right down the road. A lot of knowledge and experience around this area.
Is that the Noah Janella from Cavella?
That is that fella from
fella?
Cavella. Absolutely. And I was actually waiting for you to pick that one up. That's a good one.
It's been hitting me over the head for a while, and I didn't see it.
But and then Mo Freitas from down in Haleiwa, he's won events on the Stand Up World Tour before. Still, fairly a young guy, and he's got a lot to do still in his career. So looking forward to him on this wave, not only, but just progressing the sport. He's one of those guys who puts it on edge.
I would say Mo, along with Noah in this heat, are a couple of the guys that not long ago, myself and a few of the other, probably Chuck Patterson would be a good name. A few guys like that used to think we were still in charge of the sport, and they ripped that title away from us, our grasping bloody hands, and these guys now are just taking over, absolutely dominating everything, and while it's painful to admit, I am truly inspired by what they are doing now, and it helps keep me going and trying to push myself. So all you young little whippersnappers ripping out there, keep it up.
Uncle Dave says go get him.
I'm coming. I'm not giving up yet.
Yeah. Here we go on the outside. That is Mo Freitas in red. Speaking of ripping from the grasp, they've done so in more ways than one, literally by ripping.
Oh, watch out for that board.
Saw that one there. That one was possibly headed for disaster, but Mo saw it as well.
Does a board barrel count for anything?
That's going to my list of Dave's points. Board barrel is scored well. Photographer barrel is a little more. If the photographer goes over your head, over the falls.
And the elusive jet ski barrel, that's got to be one of the best ones.
That's up there. That's a rarity. Hopefully we don't have any attempts at that today.
Not with the Hawaiian Water Patrol around.
So Mo Freitas in the red in first. His last score of 3.87. Previous score of 4.0. So Mo is in first. In second, Noah Janela. Noah's last score of 4.73. Backed up with a 3.03. Noah Janela in second. Casper Steinfath with a 1.93 and a 1.23 is in third. Kelly Momala with no waves yet. Just going to turn and see to make sure we see a blue. So, just looking, scanning the lineup, and not seeing a blue, Dave, leads me to believe that Kili Momala would not be with 11:20 remaining and not with a wave yet at Sunset Beach.
It sure looks that way. One other thing I noticed just now was it seems like there's a lot more board caddies today. For some reason, I think they're a little more motivated to go out and sit in the channel, whereas yesterday I didn't see many at all.
Yeah, it was slim pickings for board caddies yesterday. I mean, I kind of phrased it at one point of like, you are allowed to have caddies today, guys. It's just a matter of finding somebody to go out there with you would be the next hardest part, as Noah Janela finishes away very quickly. That gives way to Mo Freitas. He also gets shut down, so that wave not providing much for two different competitors. But, yesterday it was I was putting myself out for rent if the numbers were right.
Board caddy for hire?
Mm-hmm. There's a certain percentage.
Only 50% of your earnings?
Yeah, that's all. So time remaining right now, 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Mo Freitas out in front. Still on the 4.0 and the 3.87 as his top two scores. Noah Janela's last wave is just going to be a throwaway wave for Noah. Casper Steinfath needs a 5.83. So a three-man heat here. Casper, Noah, and Mo. Casper needs a 5.83. His last score is 0.67, so just a throwaway wave for Casper. And Noah also competing on the Stand-Up World Series, the racing portion of the Waterman League Stand-Up Paddle Tours. And it's pretty cool because not only do these guys get multiple opportunities to travel, to compete. I know we use the word learn a lot, and you probably can say by traveling, you learned quite a bit. And these guys get to go to these really, really obscure locations because of where the sport can reach. You don't need a wave to stand-up paddle.
Yeah, that's obviously one of the beauties of stand-up paddling. There's so many facets to it, and with the World Tour and the series and the surfing becoming bona fide competitive tours now, it provides an opportunity for these young guys to go out and make a living through sponsorship and build a name and kind of do what I've done for the last 30-something years is follow your passion. Here we go, Rider in Red, up and riding.
Oh, that was
Ouch.
Mo Freitas just got mowed. Kind of axed right there.
Almost looks like he might have got a mouthful of rail the way that thing turned over on him.
Hawaiian Water Patrol going to check on him because, in addition to the big waves and the danger there's also equipment danger. Yesterday we saw Aponte Atamu Conti, one of the Tahitians, got a piece of equipment right below the eye. The biscuits are getting warm. We already seen plenty donuts, bro. This morning, Matt Becker, the Shortbreak Donut Award. Mo Freitas just getting donuts right there.
He just got a nice donut. That looked like a bear claw.
Yeah, so we'll let you know when the Sunset Beach Bakery is officially open. We're just kind of short on the biscuits right now. And on the outside, it is Noah. Yeah, kind of a shouldery one.
Yeah, that bowled up for a second, kind of gave him a little opportunity to flirt with the bowl there, but it sure shoulder out quick. But he made the most of it.
And Casper Steinfath, he doesn't have a wave over a 2.0 yet, but for being from Denmark, for probably not having as much surfing opportunity as someone in Hawaii, he really has improved his skill so much, and he's showing it right now.
Yeah, he's got a nice backside ride going. Trying to set something up. A little bottom turn, good snap. Dealing with that bump looks like a lot. And nice off the top. Found himself a little nugget to hit and made the most of it. I'd have to say if there was a competition to get back out to the lineup, these guys might be in trouble with Casper out there.
Yeah, he's a top racer on the World Series. Always finishing in the top 6. And the thing about Sunset Beach that may not be apparent or immediately recognizable on screen for sure, but also even when you're on the beach looking out, is the amount of chop that there is on these waves, that it's not a smooth surface, that the way Casper's board was moving didn't really look like much from here, but when you're out there, those are really affecting your turns, your technique, and your balance.
Yeah, Rocky, the wind is really becoming a factor because of the chop it's creating on the face. It's limiting how hard you can turn. If you go laying into a big, hard bottom turn, you go flying off a bump, that's pretty much automatic face plant.
Yeah.
So these guys got to take that into account when they're laying into those turns and maybe be a little more gentle than they'd like to be.
Right.
But still push it to the edge.
And Noah Janela with a nice drop, but as soon as he gets to the bottom, the wave kind of fizzles out and it extends down the line and he kicks out. And we'll see if he gets the next one on the head. But up and riding, it's Mo Freitas.
Mo working his way through that section that went out ahead of him. Let's see if he can ride out this whitewater. Looks like no problem for him. That's unfortunate. Another 20 feet down the line, he had a nice section ahead of him to do something with. But look at it. He's just gone, milking this thing. This guy knows he's in a competition right now. He's milking it for everything it's worth.
Well, and at less than 5 minutes, he rode that wave all the way across. There's the judging crew. Shiloh, Lapo, David, Anthony, Icaro, and the boys punching in their scores, which will be delivered to our iPad here. Last score for Casper Steinfath was a 4.6. He needed a 5.83, so not enough. Casper is still in third. Casper now needs a 3.17. Casper, you need a 3.17.
He can do that.
Oh, absolutely. It'll be up to those guys.
And he's got just under 4 minutes to do it.
Well, it'll be up to Casper first, and then it'll be up to our judging crew to properly analyze the score. And, you know, those guys, to me, don't get enough credit for watching every single wave ridden, scoring every single wave. And, you know, it's a human process. It's a human brain that every through. And, you know, the scores, of course, have to be within a realm. But overall, it's quite tedious and pretty laborious up there all day watching these surfers ride waves and having to assign scores.
It's not something I'd want to do, Rocky. That's for sure. A lot of these guys are my friends, and I'd hate to have any blowback if I missed out on a tenth of a score I was supposed to give them. So I commend these guys for doing what they do. I know it's not easy, but I still think I might need to go up there and give them my list of factors.
List of Dave's points.
That could increase your score.
It's a free country. Freedom of speech. We can submit the list. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. 2:25 remaining as Casper Steinfath desperately seeking a 3.17 to be out of the repechage into round 3. But he's got to get a wave, and he's got to perform in 2 minutes. And he sees something.
Yeah. You can tell he knows just by how he's maneuvering around. He needs something, and he knows it needs to be more than a 3.7. Was that it?
3.17.
3.17.
Yeah. So Casper, with the sense of urgency, you can tell he's not moving, constantly looking out to the horizon and checking back with his lineups, looking at his watch just there. So the pressure is on for Casper, and we'll see if he can pull through. Otherwise, it'll be Mo Freitas. Looks like Mo Freitas is pretty solid in first. It's Noah Janela who's on the bubble with Casper to see who's going to be able to bounce into round 3 and bypass the repechage, which, you know, some of the repechage heats, they are the most competitive because it's do or die.
Oh, yeah, these guys are fighting for their lives, so it's everything's out on the line there. So go for broke, you got nothing to lose. You might as well, right? And hopefully when Casper just looked at his watch right there, it told him it's time to rip. So get to it.
And Noah Janela getting one to the shore, right inside to Val's. He's not going to stop surfing. He's going to try to keep scoring and hope that helps him, but not much available on the way inside. Casper Steinfath in yellow, 35 seconds. There he is.
Up and riding.
And we saw one of those turns. We'll wait to see what the judges say about the rest of the wave, which they saw completely. And we'll count it down with 15 seconds remaining. Just about the end of heat number 8, going into heat number 9, coming up next. There you see what Casper needed. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, ekahi.
Well, that looks like the toughest judging panel I've seen so far lined up on the parking lot there.
Yeah, on the bike path pylons, the spectators and competitors, your peers judging out there, mind judging. Here we go, counting down the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So up and riding here, this is blue, Josh Riccio, on a fresh tail that he just repaired. and came through the trials into the main event. We got Josh Riccio in blue. And I believe we have, let me look at my heat sheet here. Pull it up on my camera. We have heat number 9 in the water. Sean Pointer in red. There he is up and riding.
Oh, Sean goes flying.
Fisher Grant from Florida also in the white. Masa Motohashi, the Japanese powerhouse, in the yellow. And in the blue, who we just saw from the USA, Josh Riccio. Mo Freitas coming in from his previous heat. He'll go into round 3, winning that last heat. Check in heat number 10, Bo Nixon, Connor Baxter, Toby Cracknell, and Sebastian Gomez. Check in. Bo, Connor, Toby, and Sebastian check in.
Sean up and riding. Nice cutback. Dealing with some white water. Milking it. Nice little floater. Even though his first wave wasn't much, now he's got 2, which means he can release the hounds and start really pushing it.
Here we go. This is yellow. Masa Motohashi. And motoring down the line and looking for a section to hit. And it goes over.
Josh up and riding. Nice little cutty off the top. Looking for something to happen so he can... Oh, nice snap. Whoa, man overboard.
Oh, that was literally man overboard. Josh Riccio shaking it off, heading back out. And you see Larry Haynes out there. Talk about one guy who comes out of bed swinging. I'm sure you had some fun with Larry in years past, doing some water footage.
Oh yeah, I've seen him in the pit a few times at Piahi, thinking, "What's that guy doing there? He's not where he should be." But that kind of seems to be where Larry lives, is in the wrong place.
Yeah.
in terms of putting himself in the pit.
Yeah. He's definitely a guy that sacrifices for the shot. You know, getting that unreal angle takes somebody's got to get in there.
Ooh, that was a nice one by Sean off the top.
Yeah.
Hopefully something sets up for him. It looks like it. Nice little speed bank. Driving off the bottom. Casual cutback. Good paddle work. That's going to help his cause.
There we go. This is Fisher Grant, brother of Kieran, who was in that other heat from Florida. And down the line speed. And not much else to work with there. Meanwhile, on the outside, it is Masa Motohashi. And he can't complete the wave to the inside. And on the outside, we got another rider. It's Josh Riccio.
Josh seems to me like one of those guys that's been flying under the radar a little bit, you know? Hasn't quite gotten the exposure that his talent would warrant, but it just feels like this kid's getting ready to blow up. He's really focused. He's putting a lot into it. I know he's working hard, and hopefully this will be his event.
We got Stuart Howells on the beach with one of our surfers from the last heat, Casper Steinfath.
Casper, you left it late to win that heat, surfing up against fellow competitors Mo and Noah. Super tough. Just how was it out there?
It was a good way to start the morning. I was kind of anxious for this heat. You know, the wind was coming up and the waves were kind of funky. But, you know, to be out there with two North Shore locals like Mo and Noah was humbling. And I can't believe I got that wave at the end and actually made it through. I'm really stoked.
You were out this morning. You were assessing the conditions. Have they improved, deteriorated?
Well, you know, this morning, of course, was a little bit more glassy and calm. But actually, I'm surprised because it's not that bad. There's still some really fun waves. And you see all the boys have been ripping out there this morning. So I'm sure we have a lot of action to come today.
Thank you. Back to Rocky and Dave in the box.
Thanks, Stuart, and congrats, Casper. So he goes from third to first, Dave.
Wow.
On that last wave.
Impressive.
And got the score, pushes Noah Janela down to third, and Mo Freitas in second. So Noah will be into round 3. Mo and Casper get to leapfrog into... Sorry, Noah goes to the repechage. And Mo and Casper get to go to round 3. But that is the same spot that Sean Pointer is trying to be in, currently in the lead with that last score of a 6.33. That's a good score. That'll be a keeper for sure. Backing it up with a 3.1, not too bad. Enough for first at the moment. But Masa and Fisher are two very formidable competitors. Masa, a lot of power, a lot of experience from Japan. Fisher, not a lot of experience, but he's one of those young whippersnappers that if you give him the right wave, he can put a good score on it.
Right. These guys from Japan, it's full on.
Yeah.
They go down swinging. If they're going down, they're pushing all the time, and it's impressive to see that whole mentality of just going for it constantly.
Yeah.
And being humble about it, too. That's
Yeah.
what I've noticed and appreciate about the Japanese competitors.
Yeah, they are the kind of silent warriors.
Yeah.
They go about their business very humbly, but you put them in the situation and they're going to perform. As we see Josh Riccio, nice top turn on the outside. Now is waiting for the wave to show him something better, and he just leaps over the back of the wave. Connor Baxter getting ready.
Connor, keep stretching if you feel like you're going to win this heat. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Rocky.
So, another one of the Maui boys you've probably either known before they were even thought of, or possibly, immediately. But there's a strong Maui representation in the sport of stand-up paddle surfing and racing. I think it's due to the varying conditions that you get over there, or at least maybe sometimes even the majority of conditions you get, because it's a very wind sport prone area for sure.
I think it's more than that, Rocky. I think there's a bit of peer pressure going on, and you know what they say: you get in with the wrong crowd, you end up doing the wrong things. And in this event,
Yeah.
it's time for business, and I think they all know it, and they're all going about it intelligently, getting those couple waves under their belt, and then really letting loose and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, because the competition is not only extended to the surfers that are in your heat per se, but these guys are really, really competitive with each other and pushing the level of the sport, and in raising the level of any sport. As we see Sean here, we'll watch his replay really quick as carves a nice turn off the top. He kind of has to play with it right here a little bit just to wait for it to redevelop, and then on the inside it puts it on rail right there for a nice little rail on rail throw tail, I like to call that.
When you're one of the favorites in the event, while you might be competing against three other people in your particular heat, you're trying to make a statement that
Right.
this thing's mine. And I think Zane might have drew first blood for the day, but now the rest of these guys are trying to respond and say, hey, that was okay, Zane, but no, I'm here. You're going to notice me, and I want this thing too.
Watch this.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a good bit. Watch this.
So it raises the level, and it's healthy competition. When you see the folks and the competitors getting together, and they're able to drop, everything once the horn blows to end the heat. Relatively speaking, everybody's friends. It's a community. It's a camaraderie. But during the heat, man, it is about who can throw up the best score, who can throw up the best maneuvers, and you're out there to show it. You're in it to win it. Last score for Sean Pointer. He's in it to win it in this heat, at least a 6.93.
Solid score.
Josh Riccio in second, 5.33 and a 3.9. Fisher Grant in third needs a 7.43. And Masa Motohashi needs a 6.63. So seems like these heats, we've got the bottom two guys, at least for today, have been needing those bigger scores. And they're not able to keep themselves close, other than Casper Steinfath, who was able to leapfrog into first. But everyone else seems we've had two definite winners.
Well, now that we're into the main round, the players are in play.
Yeah.
And they're showing why they're the players. And I think Sean, in this particular heat, is such a strong competitor. He's so savvy, and he knows what he needs to do, and he goes out there and does it. And that's why he's always a factor as we get towards the last few rounds of the event.
Yeah, he. You can tell, even just by his demeanor when he's, on land, when he's in the water, that he is a thinker.
Yeah.
Too. He's really got a game plan. He's a super fun-loving guy and is jovial when he wants to be, but when it comes down to competition, he's a serious competitor, and he's, between the ears, he's got a lot going on and a lot going for him.
Yeah, absolutely, Rocky, absolutely.
Hawaiian Water Patrol just cruising over that first wave. As the spray throws off the back, it indicates that we still got maybe a just enough of a south angle in the wind to not totally blow it out.
Yeah, I just took a gaze out to sea, and I saw a giant whale splash. And as much as the water was all flying out to sea, indicating how windy it was, I think it's still surfable. I think it's still contestable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's getting right on the verge. You kind of look over there to the left, towards the west, you can see some white caps. But the way these guys are surfing it, they're still making it look fun.
Yeah, and the waiting period has been a tough one with the conditions for the North Shore. I mean, I know you Maui boys are like, this Maui glass is the cliche. And
Maui glass, anything under 30 miles per hour. is
right.
considered glass.
Yeah, exactly. No matter what direction. But for us North Shore boys, we wake up and look at that and just like start gassing up the car to head around Kamehameha Highway to some other spots.
Yeah.
But for the competition, you know, we want to try to give these guys the best opportunity as possible. And with the wind the way it's been, I mean, I've seen events during this time of year totally shot for the entire 2-week waiting period. I mean,
Yep.
you can't stop nature. You can't turn it around.
Well, ideally, you want glass and you want 4 to 6 foot and you want that video conditions.
Right.
That's not the reality. And the thing is, as frustrating as it might be to compete in these types of conditions, everybody gets the same
Yeah.
platter to work from.
Right.
And so you make the best of what is there and you compete. Yeah, maybe sometimes in junk, but that shows the versatility of the competitor.
Correct. And you're absolutely right about everybody facing the same conditions where it's not like you're going out at this time and another guy's getting this 4-foot glassy face to work with. It's everybody equally distributed in the lineup, and you have to really dig within yourself to overlook the conditions, to overlook who's in your heat, and to put it upon yourself to block those things out and put your best foot forward.
Yeah. As a professional, that's what you have to be.
Correct.
A professional, and be prepared for any condition. Otherwise, you move over into what I am, and you just kind of cherry pick the best days and go out when it's good. But
you've led a blessed experience, my friend, and it shows with the talk we did the other night and just in your demeanor. So that's living healthy and living a dream for sure.
Living the dream, and I hope I never wake up, Rocky.
Well, somebody better wake up in this heat, and that is Fisher Grant, who's got still 3 scores under 2 points, one of them under 1 point. And if he's going to advance out of this heat, he needs a 7.43, and he's got 6 minutes and 30 seconds to do so. As we see some of the traffic on the bike path increasing, and the sun coming out to provide some vitamin D.
Well, if you look at the last heat with what Casper did, I'd say Fisher's still in the hunt, but he better get busy, no doubt about that.
And heat number 10 on standby. They're heading out. That's Bo Nixon from Australia, Toby Cracknell also from Australia, and Connor Baxter from Maui, Sebastian Gomez, I believe from, is that Argentina maybe? I saw a good picture of the flag. I think it's that Argentinian flag with the red on each side and the white down the middle with a emblem.
Boy, this has got to be tough on these guys right now. Really getting impatient and wondering what the heck's going on, knowing you need something. I think the only guy that is out there probably feeling a little bit comfortable is Sean,
right,
where he can almost go into a defensive posture as opposed to having to go on the attack to move up.
Right. Well, Josh Riccio hanging on to second place. He's got a 5.33 for his high score. And for today's standards and for this round, it's a pretty good keeper score. He's got a decent backup score. Here's Sean Pointer, your heat leader, who's just going to continue to work hard and push up his level. Oh, man, just slipped off the board as he was transferring the paddle over. And, you know, that kind of mistake right now, it's not going to cost him much. But he better learn from that right there and not want that happen again.
I think he just made everybody on the beach feel a little better about their surfing, that mistakes do happen to all of us, even the best of us, every now and then. While you don't see that happen very often, he is human, and fortunately he already has a couple of really solid scores and can afford to make a mistake right now. And
know-
like we said, a lot of that wave might have been just a defensive measure to protect from the other guys getting a really good
Absolutely.
wave, which that was.
To that point, Dave, nothing sometimes makes me feel better than watching Slater not make a barrel.
I'm guilty. I feel that.
But so Sean Pointer threw away that score, still in first. Josh Riccio in second, 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 3:40, and Sean dodges that set there. But we're going to take a look at Sean's replay. A nice little check speed turn right there. He didn't want to crank it too hard because of the oncoming section to make it. And we're going to keep him as a stand-up paddle deity and not show his wipeout.
Well, you can tell when these guys are doing turns now, they're taking into account what the wind bumps more specifically are doing, and having to position their turns and their cuts off the top in between those chops so they don't go flying off of them mid-term. And that's just reality. Sometimes on waves like this, with conditions like this, you have to factor that in, and that might not be ideal to what your ultimate performance is.
Right.
But you make the best of what's presented to you, and you can see those guys factoring that in now.
Yeah, and that speaks directly to being able to adapt to the conditions, not only the daily conditions, but each wave that comes through is different than the wave before, and it's going to be different from the wave after. So like a fingerprint or a snowflake, each wave is so different that you got to be focused on what's happening at hand and be able to transition your weight, your footwork, whatever it calls for. It's all about adaptation when you're going down the line like that. And we do have 2 minutes remaining, and we have a winner at the Turtle Bay Resort tent. We're drawing raffles for Turtle Bay Resort and some free swag. So while you're down here watching the surfers, waiting for them to catch waves, you might as well be winning some stuff. We're going to watch yellow first. This is Masa Motohashi, important wave for Masa.
Is this thing going to line up for him again? Come on, Masa. Work that thing. He's not giving up. He's not giving up. Look at that.
Floating.
Nice job, Masa.
So
Way to get another point or two out of that.
Yeah, giving himself a chance at least. If you don't catch any waves the last few minutes, you don't get the opportunity, but you at least have to be riding to give yourself a shot. And it is Laura Dunbar. Laura Dunbar, you are our first Turtle Bay Resort raffle winner today. Check in to the tent that is to the right side of the scaffolding. If you're looking at the ocean, it's the right side of the scaffolding. And check in for your prize, Laura Dunbar. And if you want to win some stuff, go to turtlebay.com/SUP. And you could be entered to win not only some free stuff today, but a 5-night stay with airfare at Turtle Bay.
So if I go sign up, I can get 5 nights at Turtle Bay?
It's possible if we draw your name.
Who's doing the drawing? Can I do the drawing too?
You can do the drawing, but it's got to be with your eyes closed.
Okay.
That's when you start writing in Braille.
Well, it looks like we're almost ready to finish this one up, Rocky.
All right, so we're counting down this heat with less than 10 seconds. And Sean Pointer, icing on the cake in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
God, even though he put it down at the end there, that nice little tail slide off the top still could score pretty well.
Yeah, and he'll have to better a 6.33 to improve his position, but nonetheless, Sean Pointer in first. Josh Riccio able to hold on to second. Masa Motohashi not quite enough on his last wave. And in fourth, Fisher Grant. Counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, ekahi. Heat number 10 in the water, Bo Nixon, Connor Baxter, Toby Cracknell, Sebastian Gomez. Check in heat number 11, Cody Kerbox, Giorgio Gomez, Nainoa David, and Kavika Kinimaka. Check in Cody, Giorgio, Nainoa, and Kavika. Check in for heat number 11.
Who's up in it?
That's blue. That's Sebastian Gomez. And
Nice
Sebastian.
wave.
Yeah, matching the board, everything.
Oh, Ariel dropped back in after that last off the top. Hey, party over. But well done before that. I think that was one of the better waves I've seen this morning almost.
Well, he did link a couple of turns together. He used the entire wave nicely. He got that bottom turn, which you liked, Dave.
Yeah.
Was cranking it. And that set him up for a nice clean off the top. Not once, but twice of what we saw. And we'll possibly get a replay of Sebastian Gomez. And he's one that's fairly new, at least to this region of the stand-up paddle world scene. And I'm only saying because I don't think I've seen his name before.
I'll tell you what, after that, he's got to feel good about that. That's got to create a lot of confidence, even though he didn't finish it as well as I'm sure he would have liked to. Get a wave like that with a few turns like that, you're coming up feeling a little bit like, whoa, I'm the man.
Yeah, especially in the first 3 minutes of the heat at Sunset Beach. And we'll see the replay. Nice bottom turn, like you said, and really cranked it right there. Tweaked it an extra bit. And then
how's that recovery right there?
That was adaptation right there to those huge chops in the face. That was like
a little bit of Spider-Man going on.
Full on. So Sebastian Gomez, that first turn though, so clean and crisp. You know, the second turn, control is part of the criteria.
Yeah.
Radical maneuver is done with control, so he won't get the maximum score for the second turn. But that first turn was really stellar. Toby Cracknell, just up and down real quick.
Looks like he pulled the cord on that one. Wandered off the bus.
And Sean Pointer just giving his friends an update on how the conditions are out there and what's been going on and how his heat was. He performed very well, a 6.33 and a 6.94. Super solid heat. And Dave?
Yeah, it looks like Sebastian did well on that first wave with a 9.47.
You called it. One of the better scores we've seen all contest long. And here we go on the outside. That is red, Bo Nixon. This guy from Australia has a lot of poise, a lot of power. He just needs to really, I think a lot of times he gets inside his head a little bit. So as long as he stays composed, he is a fierce competitor. But you called it, Dave, that last Sebastian Gomez, his very first wave out the gates from the trials round, possibly carrying some of that momentum at 9.47.
But what was Zane's score? Because that's nearly as good as...
Zane had a 9.77.
9.77,
So
all
just 0.3 of a point lower than the highest score. But what a way to start the heat.
So Bo's last wave... Was that Bo we just saw?
I'm not sure if that's the score that's reflected there.
Okay. Well, here's Connor.
We're watching Connor in the white. See the board far on that inside rail.
Yeah. Thing bowled up nice for a moment there. Crack it. Come on.
Looks like he wanted to. He just kind of got a little bit off balance for a moment. But I'm telling you, watching him do the races... He's just, you know, like a Michael Phelps out there with his leverage, torque. And speaking of, we've got Sean Pointer standing by with Stuart Howells on the beach.
Thank you, Rocky. We can feel the wind picking up down here. Sean, how are conditions out there?
Yeah, you said it's picking up out there. Definitely, you can feel it on the wave. It's just some like ripples, waves within a wave, and but yeah, was managed to get a couple waves and and kind of have some fun rides with it and get bounced around a little bit and get some turns in there. So happy with how the first heat went, and yeah, hopefully there's plenty more to come.
Topped the heat, scored a solid 7-point ride. Just explain when you're out there riding the bumps.
Yeah, it's just you have to really be kind of tuned in. I think it's really almost just picking the right wave, too. Some of those deeper ones a little inside are a little bit sheltered from the wind, I think. So it's just a picking game out there. And those big open-face ones are going to kind of just catch that wind a little bit more and have a little bit more chop on it. So I was just trying to catch kind of those deeper, little smaller ones that have a smoother face. And yeah, I think I was able to do so.
Right on, Sean. Congratulations. We'll let you go and get some rest and get some food.
Thanks.
Rocky and Dave, back to you in the box.
Thanks, Stuart, and congratulations, Sean Pointer, going to round 3 along with, who was in that heat? Sean Pointer and Josh Riccio. So those guys able to take a little bit of a rest, maybe kick back, rehydrate, and watch the last 3 heats of this round, and then to that all-out competitive dogfight we call the reprecharge round.
Fighting, biting, clawing, whatever you got to do, just make it through a heat.
That's what it seems like. And heat number 10, right now your heat leader, Sebastian Gomez, with that 9.47, second best wave of the event. Definitely the best first wave caught of any competitor. When you talk about when they first get out there and catching, we're getting like baseball stats now. I'll stop. But Bo Nixon.
Bo had a solid one, too, with a 7.4. Oh, no, that's his total score.
So
6.1 on his second ride there. That was pretty good.
That's a keeper. I mean, that is definitely a score that you're going to tuck in, be happy with, and build from there. If you get a couple of those, like Sean Pointer just proven in the last heat with a 6.94 and a 6.33, can be good enough for first in this round.
Yep.
And definitely good enough for second. In this round, it's not, we talked about the guys wanting to shine, wanting to be the guy and throw up those big scores. But in the end, ultimately, it's just like, man, get through this in the top 2 and get that little rest, that bypass into round 3, because anything can happen in the reprecharge round. And if you're one of the top competitors, you end up there, it's going to be scary.
Basically, everybody's going to end up in the reprecharge, except for maybe, 4 people?
Yeah.
Right? So somebody's got to win and come out of that.
Right.
It might as well be you.
Yeah.
No reason it can't be.
Yeah. So, see the wind direction on the flags. Definitely west, in the westerly direction. Now all we're left to ponder is how much south wind will stay in the wind direction to at least not affect the wave face all that much. If it turns more to the west, it could be really lumpy and bumpy, which could make our job even harder because the guys will just be going straight. But if it stays the way it is right now, this direction, doing this all day is totally cool.
Well, I tell you what, if it falls apart and these guys can't compete, then it's story time for Rocky and Dave. So everybody, we lose competition, you guys gather around. It'll be story time.
Yeah, we're going to start the bonfire. Sean Pointer talking to Robin Johnston and getting some info. Robin coming up in heat number 12. And that's our last heat of this round. Coming up next, heat 11 should be checked in. 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes to go. Heat number 11, Cody Kerbox coming up next. Giorgio Gomez, Nainoa David, Kavika Kinimaka. And in heat 12, Kyle Vaz, our runner-up to the world title last year. Robin Johnston, runner-up at this event a couple of years, and a finalist. Chuck Patterson always does well in the bigger surf. And our Wahine qualifier, Fiona Wild.
If I was those guys, I would be worried. I've gotten chicked before. I went up to a ski race in Mammoth one time, And I got to race against a gal named Stacy Cook, who's on the U.S. ski team, and she gave me 1 gate lead. About halfway down the course, I still was in the lead thinking, hey, I might just beat her. Next thing I know, she flew by me like I was standing still.
Oh, my gosh.
I got chicked. And if these guys aren't careful, that's what's going to happen to them because she's no joke.
Yeah, she's determined. She is fierce, and she proved that yesterday. And I want to say thank you to our great sponsors, of course, the Waterman League of the Stand-Up World Tour and the Turtle Bay Resort right down the road here, Red Bull, as well as Nash Starboard, Fanatic, JP Australia, Rogue, and Corban. And all of our supporting sponsors, welcome and mahalo. Also to This Week Magazine, Paradise Helicopters, and Victory Core Dry. Just going off all of the list that I've had in my head the last few days.
Well, that was good. Good job remembering all that.
And also 27 North. They're making some great equipment these days, and mahalo to them. And our competitors now chasing Sebastian Gomez still with 13 minutes remaining. And not as much waves coming through right in the beginning of this heat, but looks like some waves on the way now.
I've noticed that with the last couple of heats, Rocky. There's definitely not as many waves being ridden as there was in the earlier heats, which has got to make you think it's just getting tougher and tougher out there. But, I mean, with a 9.47 up on the scoreboard from Sebastian, there is still scoring opportunity.
Yeah, that's undeniable, and it's definitely proven in this heat by Sebastian as Kavika Kinimaka, one of the Kinimaka Ohana, kind of similar to the Kalama Ohana. There's a lot of them on a lot of different islands, and they all shred.
I think the Kinimakas and the Kalamas are like the mainland versions of Smith and Jones.
Yeah.
We stay everywhere around here.
Yeah. And you see yellow, Toby Cracknell. He's a young Aussie who's quite hungry. And when you give him the right wave, he will crack it off the top. And kind of made a big showing a couple of years ago at Huntington Beach, making it through some rounds, even to the semifinals, I think, with some of the big dogs. And now he's
Connor
up against Connor.
Fighting his way into something here. Oh, you can see he's dealing with some bump, but that looks like a nice one. Snapple off the top. Paddle on the inside, little bottom turn with a tight one off the top. Come on, bud. Oh. Did you see that sea snake? That thing tripped him right up.
Yeah, here we go. This is yellow, Toby Cracknell. And a nice snap into a paddle transfer. Gets going down the line. Little check turn there. Has a lot of speed. Sees it walling up down the line. And Pogo's off the board into the whitewater.
Not bad, though. He made pretty good use of that wave before he pulled the plug on it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he helps himself quite a bit with that wave.
Hawaiian water.
Hot at work right
Hot
there.
at work. But a Kaviks. But a Josh. But a George, one of our lifeguards. Doing the daily duties, 365 days a year, North Shore lifeguards here.
To the untrained eye, Rocky, it might look like they're just sitting there, but in actuality, that's probably the most important job is surveying the situation, managing the risks, and identifying the dangers right there, right?
Absolutely. Preventative actions are the sign of an excellent lifeguard.
And those guys look like they were doing excellent work.
Oh, yeah, always. Even if you see them texting, they're looking up conditions for tomorrow. So Connor's last wave was still coming in. We also need the score for Toby Cracknell. We'll give you an update. But Connor on this one, Dave, looked like he was kind of on edge, except during his turns, of where he might go down.
It looked like on the first bottom turn, he found a little smooth spot to work with and got a nice turn off, but then it went right back into that little bit of bump that most of these guys are dealing with.
Yeah, then Toby was able to get a nice swooping off the top for turn number one and then into a little check turn, so that'll be his best score.
Well, you know what Toby did was he built up some speed, and even if you don't do a lot with it, speed always looks good.
Yeah, it's always fun, too.
Exactly.
And Cody getting ready. All nice and matched up. He knew he was going to be red, so he brought his red shorts today.
I think Cody's going to be trying a 45-yard field goal here coming up in just a second. Oh, no, he's getting out for a heat. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, it was world record action. So scores coming in for Connor Baxter in white, a 4.6. Last score for Connor Baxter, a 4.6. Connor goes to second. In third, in red, Bo Nixon. Bo needs a 2.07 to go to second. In fourth, Toby Cracknell. Toby, your last score, a 4.67. You need a 3.5. So, Toby, you need a 3.5. Bo, you need a 2.07. So, the two Aussies right now on the outside looking in, and they need to get busy. 8 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. All right, here we go. Toby Cracknell was paddling as we're looking at the young Henning Ohana. And Toby wasn't able to catch that first one, but he's eyeing up this one. And still can't get into that one either. So wave judgment, wave positioning, it's even more than performing on the wave. Surfing Sunset Beach requires so much pre-catching activity.
It's really hard to score unless you're on the wave. So
it's impossible.
It literally is. I've seen a lot of guys try, but I've never seen anybody pull it off yet. So, yeah, Rocky, you got to catch that wave no matter what it takes. And it's not just the act of stroking to catch it, it's positioning to catch it, too.
Yeah.
So it seems like there's a lot of posturing and positioning and maneuvering going on out there to put yourself in the spot.
You know what it is there's still a lot of memories of what yesterday was providing and this morning. And so you can't really, it's hard to go straight for the inside section because you never know when that 10-foot bomb that's still looming out there might come and get you. So there's still a lot of, kind of like the
residual effect from getting pounded yesterday.
Tiptoeing around the dragon as it's sleeping,
Yeah, that's exactly it.
There you go. That's how you get the good angle. Just get the elbows all sandy.
That's a nice office building right there. I wish mine was like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, it is.
You got your tools right out front. You got your assistant co-workers in the signs with the flags waving, doing the job down the beach, and enjoying the action.
He's worked his way up the corporate ladder pretty nicely too.
Yep. Do you lifeguard?
Not officially.
Not officially, but you've done many rescues.
I've taken the course. I've done a fair amount of rescuing. In fact, a funny story real quick. I had a DLNR agent writing me out a ticket once for jet skiing in the wrong place, according to him. And I still contest I was in the right place.
Yeah.
And in the middle of writing me a ticket, he gets a call that somebody is in distress and needs a rescue. So he goes, hey, can you take this jet ski out there and go get that kayaker that's in trouble? I'm like, yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Any chance you might let go of this ticket and tear it up? I guess I can do that too. So, pays to be ready and prepared and have gone through the training.
Right.
Basically every surfer is a lifeguard to one degree or another.
Right.
But the more time you put into knowing the skills and the information that can save somebody's life, the better off for you and them.
Yeah, for sure. It makes the lineup that much safer, makes our beaches that much safer when everybody is at least in tune and aware of some of the dangers at our various beaches. And that's what it takes. Awareness is everything. 4 minutes to go here. 4 minutes. Kyle Vaz getting ready. And that was blue Sebastian Gomez just very quickly. And Kyle making sure he's going to stick on that board through all his maneuvers and all his surfing. I want to thank Art in Surf. That is one of our patrons. You see the logo there on Kyle's board. That's actually, he and his brother had that company. And his brother Ian is quite an artist himself. As we see red out the back, Bo Nixon. Bo cranked it on the first turn. A beautiful roundhouse cutback right there just to combo it up. And then finds another slashing turn. He's currently in fourth. And, it's really close between second, third, and fourth. Bo needs a 207.
I'd have to guess that wave right there just provided him at the very least a 2.7. He had a couple nice kind of power off the top, so that should catapult him a little further up the board.
And Connor's got his workout cut out for him as he is holding on and can't keep the grip, but he's currently in second. But after that wave of Bo Nixon, the situation likely will change, and we'll update you as soon as we get the official change in situation. Time remaining right now is 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So here we go. We're going to watch this wave once again on the replay of Bo Nixon. Nice bottom turn there. Got it on the rail and stuck it right at the lip and then came around for a nice carving cut back to the whitewater section. Nice complete turn there. And cranks it right there and then it gets a little shaken up. And it's very particular and tedious and dicey whether the judges are going to count that as a complete maneuver because he did fall off so quickly. I tend to think in the new way of scoring in surfing and all the other wave riding sports. You've seen the progression of scoring of the 3 waves to 2 waves, top 2. Kind of like in the past it was like you do 3 to the beach and you just don't fall, you'll make it.
Yeah.
They've kind of taken that element away and put more emphasis on completion and quality. So we'll see. Otherwise, even though Bo had a pretty good ride nonetheless, and it is 0.1.
Well, there you go. That's solid. I think that's a testament to acknowledging on those top turns. Go ahead.
That was his previous score. We're still waiting for that score.
Still waiting. But I was going to say, his top turns, it looked like he held onto that rail and put a little more into it than some of his other turns. So hopefully he'll be rewarded for that. And Connor up and riding again.
Well, Connor is the guy who's on the bubble with Bo and Toby chasing him. So Connor needs to stay busy here. He needs to perform. With 50 seconds remaining, he needs a score better than a 3.57 to better his situation. And we'll see how that does for him there. But
I think he might have just done it. That was close, definitely close. He had a couple nice turns. That was a real clean wave. It shaped up perfect for him. So he definitely had the opportunity, and we'll see what happens.
30 seconds remaining. Some of our fans on the bike path, 2-legged and 4-legged. And we see Bo Nixon just trying to keep his campaign going. He knows there's only a few seconds left, 12 seconds to be exact on the clock. Looks at the watch and says, all right, leave it into the hands of the judges. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we'll stand by for a moment to get those scores in for Bo Nixon and Connor Baxter. And there's a stack of boards on the beach there. Photographer getting some shots. Standing by for the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are still standing by for the results of heat number 10. It was all up for grabs because Sebastian Gomez, although he had the 9.47, Dave, had a 1-point ride backup score, only a 10.47 total. Toby Cracknell and Bo Nixon and Connor Baxter have heat totals right now of 8s and 7s, and they still need one more wave to come in for scores.
Yeah, with Sebastian having such a high score but only a 1 to back it up, boy, he's vulnerable.
And Cody Kerbox on the inside.
A couple of quick cracks right there.
Johnny DeCesare on the 1s and 2s up in the tower, getting some great camera angles and shots. And in this heat, Cody Kerbox in red, Giorgio Gomez in white, Nainoa David in yellow, and Kavika blue. Check in heat number 12, Kyle Vaz, Robin Johnston, Chuck Patterson, and Fiona Wild. And here's Kavika Kinimaka. And he's a Maui boy.
Yeah, nice looking way. Whoa, what? Hey, disappearing act. It looked like it was going to be a good one. I don't know where he went, though.
Yeah, maybe one of those big chops was to blame, but you're looking towards Sunset Point. And Toby Cracknell kind of rehashing, analyzing what went on. Here we go. This is yellow. Up and riding right now, Nainoa David, part of that Tahitian contingency, much like the Japanese contingency. Real fierce, real strong, and somewhat similar in the sense that they go about their business mostly quiet and let their surfing do the talking. We got it now.
Yeah.
All right, so results of that last heat are official. It was Bo Nixon able to leap up into first place from 4th. That's pretty impressive.
Very impressive.
And it was Sebastian Gomez clinging on barely with a 1-point backup wave to his 9.47, finishing in 2nd. And Connor Baxter in 3rd, followed by Toby Cracknell in 4th. So 21 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. And there's a shot from Kamehameha Highway looking towards the beach. And there's an image. If you freeze that right there, that hasn't changed much because you couldn't see any of the houses. Could see some of the foliage, some of the trees that have been here for years and years. And that image of Sunset Beach still here. But, of course, there's been small kind changes around the area.
Looks like Cody's first score is definitely going to help him as a 6.17. So
Wow.
He's off to a good start.
Well, and we've seen all of our surfers with those scores in the 6-point range and above all be good enough for advancement. So he's off to a good start percentage-wise. And we'll see if he can keep it up. Nainoa David right behind him with a 3.77. Kavika Kinimaka has got a 3.17. Giorgio Gomez yet to catch a wave.
Here we go. Giorgio up and riding. Waiting for something to happen. There we go. Around the section. Go to work. Snap. Good off the top. You can see him dealing with that bump. going for it on that. Oh, didn't quite get it, but he was going for it.
Yeah, he gets on the board, and with a 25-minute heat, I've surfed quite a number of heats here at Sunset Beach, from 20-minute heats to 30-minute heats, everything in between. And with 25 minutes, I would, of course, have my watch with me. And my thing was, I kind of wanted to have something going within the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me that other guys caught waves before me, but I definitely, for myself and for my game plan, was always watching that 5 minutes gone by mark. Nainoa David.
Cody opts out of that.
So all surfers on the board with a wave, at least. Looks like from the last heat, one of our caddies. Wow, really? That was actually a surfer from the last heat.
Cody just had a nice off the top.
Yeah.
See if we can get another nice turn off, almost like a wind swell. He banked off of that and brought it back to the white water, and one more. Working this thing.
Yeah, good wave, good backup score for Cody. Possibly could be better than his first wave. Real comparable. But nonetheless, a great start. 2 solid waves under his belt with 18 minutes, 35 seconds. I just have to make this announcement for the competitors. All you guys, please do not stand up after the heat. Do not stand up after the heat. Especially do not drop in on the next heat. That is like the hugest no-no ever. So whatever, we need to get that message to you. Please refrain from surfing after your heat. We're going to take you down to the beach with an interview. Stuart Howells standing by with Bo Nixon.
Bo, congratulations. You've just told me that when you're back in Australia, you don't go out when it's like this. Just explain what it was like.
It was super windy out there. I think it picked up before I went out, or maybe it just kind of doesn't look windy from the beach. But yeah, out there it was super windy. It was windy getting under my board, and it bucked me off one wave. So yeah, it was challenging conditions. I mean, we don't get it at home, or if we do, I don't really go out. I'd rather do a downwind paddle or swim or whatever. But yeah, it was good fun out there, and not many sets came through in that heat, so it was really hard to find the good ones.
What's your strategy? Sort of 5 minutes to go, looking for that sort of 6-7 point ride, just to take you through to the advancing positions without going through to the repos. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, well, I had a good wave at the start, and then I knew I had to back it up, and then kind of there was no sets, or I was just out of position a bit deep. But you just kind of got to stick to your strategy of sit in this position. The sets have been coming through quite consistently, so I mean, yeah, sit there and hopefully wait for a good one, or if not, in that last minute, scramble to the inside.
Right on. Congratulations, Bo.
Thanks.
Rocky and Dave, back up to you guys.
Thank you, Stuart, and congrats, Bo. Good job. Way cool and calm under pressure and make it out of that heat, being in third and fourth most of the way, and comes out on top. Here we go, up and riding in yellow, one of our Tahitians. Big snap right there, throwing it up at the lips. So good turn there for Nainoa David.
I wonder if Nainoa has to deal with this kind of wind back in Tahiti.
Some of those days can be pretty fierce with the wind factor, but I think it's a lot like the North Shore. They just pick up and go around the island somewhere else.
Always offshore somewhere.
Well, there you see the lovely Hawaiian sky. If you're joining us on watermanleague.com, wherever you may be, mahalo for tuning in. And for those of you on the beach joining us live, we welcome you. And thank you for hanging out with us here at Sunset Beach. There's pretty much the best way to watch a surf contest is come down live, because it's available online and on other kinds of gadgets. You can also watch the replay on your phone, but you get the live interaction here on the beach.
The nice thing about coming down is like you're in the pits here. You get the backstage pass.
Yeah.
When you come down here, you get to see these guys preparing. You can sit right next to them if you want to and get all the inside scoop. But
get an autograph.
And you get to mingle with all the beautiful people down here, watch the lifeguards work. A lot of that stuff you don't actually get to see on the TV.
Yeah, and having your toes in the sand with the sunshine and some cool Hawaiian breeze on your skin is also a plus. And there's Fiona Wild getting ready for her heat. Kyle Vaz, Robin Johnston, Chuck Patterson, and Fiona Wild should be checked in for heat number 12. And Fiona yesterday battled the shore break. On the point scale yesterday of Dave's factors and Dave's points, what would you give her on shore break points?
Massive. I think she showed the most tenacity out of anybody yesterday. Just go out, push back in, walk back up. Go out, push back in, walk back. I mean, she did the walk of shame a few times, and to not give up and ultimately persevere was impressive.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say right now, she's the one to watch out for. She's the Dragon Slayer right now. She's got nothing to lose.
Yep.
And she's willing to go for it.
Yeah.
So watch out.
That is a dangerous combo for fellow competitors.
Chuck, you look like a dragon, buddy.
Uh-oh. He says, no sweat. He's going to go have fun.
I got this.
And all these competitors on the day like today out there, having fun. Yesterday was a lot of survival, mixed with maybe pockets of fun. Today is a lot of fun and a lot of great waves coming through. Good scores. We've seen 8s, 9s, a lot of 6s and 7s as well. So looking forward to more quality surfing coming up to end round 1. And then we'll be set for the Ripple Charge. It'll be highly competitive.
I'm sure yesterday a lot of these guys, certain muscles that we equate with puckering, would have gotten a lot of exercise yesterday.
Good workout.
Good workout. So today, a little more relaxing, a little more enjoying, even though it is windy.
And there's still a solid 10-footer out there every now and again, Hawaiian size, which would translate to 20-foot face for those of you watching on the beach. But, much more relaxed today. And that's White, Giorgio Gomez, trying to pump into that one.
Well, looks like he got into this one. Oh. Yeah, Kavika making it through that section, right into a little bit of white water, so that always makes it a little tougher. But making the most of this, looking cool and casual, working his way down the line, back to the channel, so it's easy out. And that will definitely help his cause. Rocky, a little break in the action right now, so I got to ask you, if you were out there, what would be going through your mind right now?
Well, I definitely will be concerned with the wind, especially when you're on a stand-up paddleboard and you're positioning. When you're sitting on a surfboard, you don't get controlled by the wind as much.
True.
But on a stand-up paddleboard, with wind this strong, it can affect your positioning within a foot or 2 feet. And when you're catching a wave here at sunset, that can be a big difference. So the wind factor in the positioning of pre-catching a wave would be probably my utmost concern. All these guys are skilled. They all know what to do once they get on the wave. So you kind of break it back to the basics and the foundation of what's going to set you apart a little bit. And that's being able to find those waves and be in the right position. So positioning is definitely at the forefront of my mind when thinking about surfing here at sunset, especially on a day like today and on a stand-up paddleboard. It's even that much more critical.
Yeah. I just noticed we're a little bit past halfway, and everybody's got 2 waves, it looks like, But now it's time to up the ante a little bit. And like you say, catching the waves is such an issue today, more challenging because of the wind. But focused on that, pushing harder now that when you do catch a wave, you really got to go for it and see if you can raise up that second score.
Yeah, we got Cody Kerbox in first with a 6.17 and a 4.5. And that 4.5, a pretty decent backup score. He's in the lead. Kavika Kinimaka is in second with a 5.43 on his last wave and a 3.17. So pretty solid performance there for Kavika. Nainoa David with a 3.77 and a 3.6. He's in third. He needs a 4.84. And Giorgio Gomez in fourth with a high score of a 4.4, a low of a 1.5. He needs a 4.21. And that is very attainable for Giorgio. He's from the East Coast, but he enjoys surfing the North Shore. He enjoys bigger waves, and he's got the skills to do so. It's just a matter of getting that opportunity like we've been talking about so much today. It's about giving yourself a chance. And he's going to give himself a chance right here. So here's Giorgio with his opportunity. And then the next phase of strategy is what you do with that opportunity. And unfortunately for Giorgio, that one was short-lived, and he goes down. Maybe trying to crank it a little too hard. The chops we talked about. Sometimes you got to ease into it on a day like today at Sunset Beach.
You know, I'm guilty of it when I surf. You catch a wave and you're so excited, you just want to punch everything. And there's no roll in or milking your way into the turn. It's very easy to become overly aggressive, right? And I do it all the time. And when the conditions are like this, you can't. You got to be a little bit softer on that initiation and roll yourself into the turn a little more cautiously. And then as the pressure builds up, you can really lean into it once you get that rail set. But boy, if you come in too hard and you hit a chop, you're going to end up on your face.
And just got confirmation that Sebastian Gomez, surfer who got the second highest score of the day of the event, last heat, the 9.47, he is from Peru. So he is a Peruvian athlete. So welcome from South America. And great to have you here, Sebastian. Hola, and bienvenidos. And great score, 9.47. What a way to start a heat and introduce yourself to Sunset Beach.
You know what? I had the opportunity to go down to Chicama, which is Peru, one of the longest lefts in the world, just a few months ago.
Wow.
And I ended up getting the longest wave I've ever ridden, just over 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 10-second ride.
Wow.
And, wow, what a place, man. If you like lefts and you like long rides, in fact, I was down there with Cody Kerbox, so he knows what I'm talking about. Go there. That place is incredible. It peels forever.
Dave Kalama, Rocky Cannon, bringing you play-by-play here on WatermanLeague.com. And we can tell you that our next winner for the Turtle Bay Resort raffle is Esther Newman. Where's Esther? All right, go over to the right side of the beach, over to the folks from Turtle Bay Resort, and they'll hook you up with a prize. And if you want to win, like Cody and like Esther, go to turtlebayresort.com/SUP.
Nainoa up and riding. Looks like he's doing some bunking Broncos riding there with those bumps like that.
Oh, and he gets bucked off.
Little rodeo ride.
So Sebastian Gomez comes from a lineage of big wave riders. Jose Gomez, his father from Peru. So continuing the lineage. And Sebastian making himself known here, like we said, getting that great score to start off that heat in which he placed second and will be on to round 3. And he also battled all the way through the trials.
Wow, impressive.
And he's now into round 3, so good job. And our scores still the same here. Cody Kerbox His last score, however, a 5.3, improves his positioning, so he is out to a pretty nice lead. Kavika Kinimaka in second, needs a 6.05. Nainoa David in third, he needs a 4.84. And Giorgio Gomez in fourth, needs a 4.21. Time remaining 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Getting hot, huh?
Here we go, Kavika Kinimaka up and riding on the outside and negotiates a long, late, gnarly drop with a lot of wind, a lot of chop. But he survives and has an inside section to possibly work with. Little check turn there, now going back left.
He's making the most out of this. He has a 3.17 as his second wave score, so he might just better it right here.
Well, only 3 minutes, 20 seconds. He's going to glance at his watch possibly in a moment and figure out his strategy from here. And it looks like his strategy is at least get out of the way of those breaking waves, maybe paddle back around, see where he's at, maybe come back to shore. There's Hawaiian Water Patrol, Kavika Foster, Kaika Kalama, Beta Josh, Beta Pomai, Kyle Pa'o, Kamalani Ahui, Steve Machin, Cliff Botello, all part of the crew. Of course, headed up by Terry Ahui. 2 minutes, 35 seconds, 2:35 remaining. Giorgio getting a little frustrated. That's we've talked about the mind game and the mental toughness, and it's really the thing you have to control because that's the one thing you can control.
You certainly can't control the wind or the waves.
Absolutely.
So, like you say, all you can control is your attitude, and the better your attitude, the better chance you give yourself to make the most of whatever does come.
And here's something coming on the outside. Some reinforcement sets that we're experiencing still coming through. Yesterday it was 10 to 15 feet. Today more like 6 to 8, maybe with a 10-footer here and there. And everybody caught off guard with that one, and we spoke about that earlier.
Yeah, it looks like these guys were using the technique where they shoot the board over, try save the board instead of themselves, which might be
Sean.
a good idea. You break a leash in the heat, that's going to cost you.
Right. A lot of time, and it'll cost you, if you got to buy your leashes, it'll cost you money too. Here we go, Giorgio Gomez, see if he can keep it together for a 4.21. We've seen him go off the board fairly quickly in waves past, but he might know he's down to the wire and needs to complete this wave, and kind of fizzles out there. So unfortunately, Giorgio, his scoring opportunity ends there. 45 seconds remaining. 45 seconds on the outside. Here's red, Cody Kerbox.
Nice snap off the top. Well, I know Cody's been at home training quite a bit, just working the heck out of Hokipa.
Yeah.
And with the wind and the bump, how it is, he's got to feel right at home in these conditions.
And he might get the connection all the way through as we're counting down with 20 seconds remaining and just right before Val's Reef it ends, but he's on his way in. He's one of the guys that we'll count it down really quick here. We got just about 10 seconds remaining. And Heat 11 coming to a close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Cody Kerbox in first, Kavika Kinimaka in second, Nainoa David in third, Giorgio Gomez in fourth. Stand by. Giorgio has a last score to come in. If it was a 4-2-1, he advanced. He may possibly get to third, but third and fourth will be to the repechage. Stand by for last score of Giorgio Gomez. And I always trip out when I see stand-up paddleboard athletes carrying their boards under their arm.
I tell you what, I see my son sitting over there. Hopefully no one from his school is watching this broadcast right now. They're going to know, hey, how come he's not in school?
Yeah, hopefully everybody's got their nose down in their books. But if they do got computer access like these kids have nowadays.
That's true.
I'm sure he texted some of his fans, bro. Oh, try watch watermanleague.com. You're going to see me, bro.
Ripping.
Last score, Giorgio 287, not enough. Standing by for the start of the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are into heat number 12, the final round of the first round of the main event. And up and riding, Kyle Vaj. Almost caught a rail.
Yeah, he's adjusting to that bump that's down at the bottom of those waves. I tell you what, I'm excited to see this heat. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
Robin Johnston, he's been a finalist here more than once. Gaffs a turn right there. And he's looking pretty fashion-oriented here. He's ready for red, blue, yellow, or white. Whatever color you want to put on me, I'm ready.
Oh, it looks like Fiona got a wave, and she's finishing it on the inside here.
And that's
so
blue,
that means
Fiona
she's
Wild.
on the board.
Yep. And she'll be headed back out. Check in heat number 1 of the repechage heat. Aaron Napoleon, Austin Kalama, Kainoa Teixeira, and Mateus Salazar. Check in for heat number 1 of the repechage. Couple of our competitors checking out watermanleague.com, following the event online as well as here on the beach. For those of you tuning in, mahalo at www.watermanleague.com. WATERLEAGUE.com, and that is where you can text your friends and family to tune in on their computer. And they'll be able to watch it live as they sit in their office or their home office. So we watch a replay of Kyle Vaj, runner-up to the World Tour Championship last year. And Robin Johnston has been a runner-up at this event, nearly winning one of those years, getting started with his first wave. Fiona Wild out the back in the blue got her first wave. First score for Robin Johnston, a 6.33. First of Kyle Vaz, a 5.7. First of Fiona Wild, a 1.33. And good morning, still morning, good morning and welcome. Aloha, kakahiaka. And welcome to Sunset Beach, site of the 2015 Stand-Up World Tour Sunset Beach Pro. This is day number 2 of the Sunset Beach Pro in the men's division. We do have a female that qualified through the trials rounds to be in this men's division. So it is a co-ed affair here at Sunset Beach. We did have our official women's event at Turtle Bay Resort last Sunday. And that wrapped up with one day of competition on Sunday. Here's our female competitor. That is Fiona Wild from Oregon. And the Oregonian accustomed to battling the North Pacific, and now is showing her skill here in the Central Pacific, in the Hawaiian Islands. There's Fiona Wild in the blue, and was courageous yesterday, surfing waves as tall as that 3-story scaffolding right there. Today the waves a little bit smaller, but still very, very testy and rough conditions. And we're going to throw you down to the beach with Stuart Howells standing by with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Rocky. Down on the beach with Cody. Cody, used to surfing in windy conditions over in Maui. How was that?
Oh, it's pretty good. You know, I mean, the wind is definitely picking up and making things a bit challenging, but you just got to find the right ones and pick the right place to put your turns and stay on the wave, because it's pretty bumpy and it's definitely hard to finish the ride. So just make your waves.
What's your strategy going through to the next round now?
It just depends on the conditions, you know, but, same game plan, go out there and try to do some big turns and just get 2 good waves.
Right on, back up to you, Rocky.
Okay, Stuart, thank you very much. Great job, and awesome job, Cody. And congratulations going on to round 3. And mahalo to Stuart Howells down there taking care of our beach interviews, doing an awesome job by way of the UK, and helping us here at Sunset Beach with some on-site beach interviews. Great job, Stuart. Good work. And Cody Kerbox, also good work. I've seen him just improve and improve exponentially over the last few years. From our first experiment in Abu Dhabi to now, Cody has been on a tear. As we see, Robin Johnston on a tear. Kind of battle that wind. You see the rash guards rippling quite a bit out there, as we've just had a little bit of an increase in the wind speed, but still very contestable.
I'm back, Rocky.
All right.
Had to do a little pep talk with my son. He's in the next heat. Get him ready to go.
Yep.
Give him the inside scoops.
Give him Dad's last wise words before hitting the water. And I won't ask you what you told him, just because, it's strategy, and unless you'd like to share. But
I said do good.
It's very secret, top secret. Don't tell anybody that.
No, I just, basically I told him wind is very much going to be a factor. And like these guys know out in the water right now and that have competed already, when you come off the top, and even off the bottom for that matter, that wind is essentially trying to lift the nose of your board, which changes the turn.
Correct.
And so you need to accommodate for that and be ready for it as it comes. And don't wait too long to press that nose back down and counteract the action of the wind.
Right. Very, very, very good point. As even, obviously off the top of the wave, that's going to be more visible and kind of more widely known that that's the area the wind's going to be affecting you. But a lot of people forget about in the trough, when the waves are blowing in this direction, they can hit your board, and the volume of these boards, they're very prone to getting wind resistance. So you have to watch yourself, not only at the top of the wave, obviously, but all throughout the wave, including that bottom turn.
Yeah. And be ready to counteract it with front foot pressure.
And there you see the flags on the lifeguard signs down in front with the orange, and the green flag indicating the start and ongoing counting of the heat that's in the water, blowing pretty consistently, but still, like we said, contestable. And we're going to call up the next heat. If you haven't checked in already, please do so. Aaron Napoleon, Austin Kalama, Kainoa Teixeira, and Mateus Salazar check in. And also a little bit for folks, maybe, of course, for watching on watermainleague.com, but for those of them down on the beach here, the breeze that we're feeling on the beach is quite different from the breeze being felt out in the lineup.
Oh, yeah. It's probably 2 to 3 times stronger out in the water than it is on the beach. So if you feel that little puff come through and it feels nice and cooling out there, it's trying to knock you off your board and send you to San Francisco. So way different ball game out in the water than it is on the beach.
Time remaining in this heat, 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Scores coming in for Robin Johnston. First wave, a 6.33. Second wave, a 3.73. Robin Johnston in first in the white jersey. In the red, Kyle Vaz from Brazil is in second with a 5.7. In third, in blue, is Fiona Wild. She's got a 1.33 and a 1.43. Chuck Patterson in yellow without a wave yet. And there is white. Robin staying busy. He's not going to get chicked, as I quote Dave Kalama. He's making sure of that.
Well, Fiona looks like she's doing her best to stay in this game. She's got 2 waves under her belt, which is 2 more than Chuck has right now, so he needs to get busy. He's down to 14 minutes left to do his work. So come on, Chuck. Time to put something up on the board.
And there's Fiona sitting a little bit wider, kind of, staying away from the pack a little bit. That's what Sunset Beach provides as well, is it's a big playing field. It's a big area. So you can kind of get as much into it as far as paddling for waves as you want or don't want. And there is space out there to move and kind of do your own thing, especially as the swell drops and it kind of separates into 2 different peaks. That's very, very possible. But for the most part, Sunset Beach has got 200-300 yards plus of area to cover.
Yeah, I've always noticed it's a big playing field out there, and that's why I've always thought that local knowledge really comes into play, especially at Sunset, because of that, because the playing field's so large. You can, 100 yards one way, 100 yards the other way. That's a lot of ground to cover, and when the sets are coming, if you know where they're going to be, boy, you got ground to cover if you're not in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully equipment is all good down on the beach for Austin. Seems to be doing a last minute check there just to be sure. And you say you have 3 sons.
Yeah, Austin's 17. I got a son, 6, Cash, and another son, Cole, who's 2 years old.
Wow.
And a daughter, Sunny.
Awesome.
18. Well, we got a full house.
Yep, from top to bottom.
Whoa!
That's Kyle Vaz just couldn't quite get into it. Some boards being bailed by Robin and another competitor. Not sure if that was Chuck or Fiona, but you see the wind on the outside now really starting to affect the shape of the wave a little bit more. It's not like a one and done, like the first gust comes and it blows it out. It's steadily, I guess, eating away at it, if you will, but still very contestable.
Yeah, it's definitely making it challenging, to say the least, out there, and it is becoming probably the overriding factor of everything. Wow,
right.
Fiona on a nice one. Look at that bowl. Whoa.
And even right there, she got hung up in the wind and made that drop a lot harder than it was naturally going to be. But we'll see if this continues and get some feedback from competitors who've been out there already, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of decisions, a lot of input gets taken into consideration when running an event. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, actually last week, we ran the Vulcan Pipe Pro over at Pipe, and you know, same kind of deal during the waiting period. We've just been kind of cursed with these west winds that have been nailing the coast here for the last couple of weeks off and on. But during the Pipe Pro, there were days when that wind just turned on, and we had to make the tough decision. It always is tough when you get competition rolling. But at points in competition, at some times, there is a place and time to see, you know, what's going to be the best and safest for the competitors. But right now, guys are still getting waves, and we're still rolling.
Yeah, as a contest director, you wish the contest could just go on forever so you can just cherry pick the best days. But the reality is you have to end at a certain point, and that event needs to be done. And so, unfortunately, you've got to run in less than perfect conditions sometimes. And that is why these guys get paid the big bucks, because they've got to go out in the junk conditions sometimes, and their job is to make it look good and do the best they can in it.
Absolutely. And please be sure on the beach that you hold on to your umbrellas, tents, and everything that could be susceptible to a wind gust, and just to keep our beach goers and everybody here on the beach safe.
You know, and even as windy as it is, I think we've been pretty lucky that it hasn't gone to that next level yet and completely blown it out.
Right.
Because it's been flirting with it, and I think the forecast is worse than it is better. And so the fact that we're getting some work done is a good thing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the points I was going to allude to with the Vulcan Pipe Pro, that we were, you know, fortunate to be able to have the right amount of, you know, appropriate amount of days. But, you know, a lot of these events are based on hours run.
Yep.
So, you know, that's a thing to think about when trying to pick the best conditions and the possible scenarios that can be drawn up. But right now we've got a pretty decent swell still filling in. The winds are southwest, but it's still scoreable, still contestable. We've got a 6.33 in this heat. We got a 5.7 and a couple of 4-point rides as well. Robin Johnston having a look from deep down the line. Chuck Patterson, he's the one right now who's on the hot seat, 7 minutes and 55 seconds remaining.
I'll tell you what, if you think this is tough right now, I looked at the forecast tomorrow morning, and it looks a lot worse. So you might as well make the best of this, because it's going to do nothing but get smaller and windier.
And Robin Johnston just trying to link his turns together. And some of the boys talking story down there. It's like better Josh, better Kavika.
Looked like Robin was really trying to push it a little bit harder and up that ante, because he knows he's got two pretty decent rides. Oh, Chuck up on the board.
Yeah,
nice.
There he is. I've been riding. And
doing a little yoga twist there.
Held on.
He was stretching for that next turn he's about to do. Nice, Chuck.
That's what you got to do, huh?
Well, I'd say that gets him in the mix, but he's only got just under 7 minutes to follow it up with something else.
But
that's enough time.
When he's got the zinc on his face, man, I get flashbacks of WWF and Ultimate Warrior.
Fiona looks like she's stroking for something here.
Yeah, Fiona might be either trying to get out of Dodge or she's on a wave. She was onto something. You called it.
I love seeing that. She is just making the most of this opportunity. Out here competing with the man. I mean, how many sports at a professional level do you see that happen?
It's very rare.
You know, the last person that comes to my mind is Michelle Wee.
Right.
When she first came on the scene and tried to compete with the man. Held her own, but, I mean, Fiona came through the trials.
Yeah.
So she's already had a lot of success.
Yeah.
And now here she is in the main event competing with these guys.
And not to mention a trials event a trials event that was maxing out Sunset Beach. That's going to go down as probably, for this venue, for this break, I think yesterday's determination for Fiona, as we watch Chuck Patterson do his yoga and then get into another turn right there, nice and loose. And then Fiona just trying to stay on top of the board there, kicks out. But when you think about history here at Sunset Beach, all the great events that have gone down, we've seen some incredible women's events. Carissa Moore winning here back in 2009 on a solid 8-10 foot day like today. Those are some of the times that stick out for female performances here at Sunset Beach. And I got to say, Fiona's performance yesterday, maybe not in the scores and reflecting on, paper, but what we saw and what we witnessed was probably one of the more courageous female performances of Sunset Beach.
Yeah, I would put it up there with one of the more impressive things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I see her on Maui, so I know she charges, and I know how talented she is.
Right.
But I've never seen her do what I saw yesterday, which is go out there and mix it up with the guys in maxing Sunset, like you just stated it. And wow.
And Chuck is on another wave, so with 4 minutes 30 seconds, Chuck gets 2 back-to-back. And it's going to make the most of this opportunity here. And checks a turn right in the beginning. And then finds a little bit of open face there for a cutback. And he kicks out.
All right, he's got 2 under his belt. He finished them both. And now he can release the hounds.
Well, he'll have 4 minutes to do so. And that'll involve getting back out to the lineup and mixing it up with the competitors in this heat. Fiona Wilde currently in third. Robin Johnston in second. Kyle Vaz in first. And remember, Fiona, if she loses here, she's not done yet. So she'll have another opportunity in the repechage round. And that will be our consolation round coming up next. Heat number 1. Aaron Napoleon, Austin Kalama, Kainoa Teixeira, and Mateus Salazar.
Speaking of heat, Rocky, turn the AC on. It's cooking in here.
We're feeling the heat. We need some breeze.
I think we might be the only ones on the beach right now that want it windy.
Yeah. Or at least aren't getting the benefit of the wind that's blowing, as we see surfer in red, Kyle Vaz. Beautiful turn right there and can't hold on. And it didn't look like a big wave, but even when you're falling in that position on a wave that size, just that awkwardness makes you cringe.
Yeah, he put it all on the line. He snapped that thing under the lip and then had a thing kind of jacked up on him. He had quite a bowl to negotiate coming down and couldn't quite hang on, but I got to give him credit for putting it out on the line like that, snapping it under the lip.
Well, he carved it super nice right under the lip and then looked like he had it for a moment. And then, I think he thought he had it too.
Yeah.
And once you think, you kind of look where you're going to run before you catch the ball, to use a football analogy. You get caught up, and Sunset Beach will trip you up quite easily. One minute and 50 seconds, 1:50 remaining. Kyle Vaz in first, Robin Johnson in second. Chuck Patterson now up to third. His last score, 1.9. Fiona Wilde in fourth. Chuck in third. You need a 7.46. Fiona needs an 8.53. Shaka, you guys are on TV.
Oh, Shaka.
On watermanleague.com. That is on the World Wide Web. You can watch from anywhere you have computer access. You can even watch on your phone right here, right now.
Hey, Shaka's kind of the one thing you can't go wrong with. I don't know of any other countries where that means something bad, where some of the stuff you do might be good in one country, bad in the other, but Shaka's kind of like, all right.
It's a global, all right. And, of course, started right here in Hawaii and made its way now into all kinds of other sports. And movies and stuff on the mainland, I see people throwing shakas all around. It makes us feel good we could contribute something. Again. Contribute even more to the world. You're welcome for surfing.
After you contribute aloha, what is left to give?
Yeah. I mean,
only shaka.
Brought the world surfing, brought the world aloha.
Yeah.
And that's basically those two in one hand signal right there. From surfers with aloha, a shaka to you.
All right, I know Chuck wants to back up what he's got going. It looks like he's trying to line it up, but it's not coming together.
Yeah, he's got 15 seconds now. We're just going to count this heat out in a few. It is heat number 12, last heat of round 1, and we'll be done in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, is that Fiona on another
That's
one?
Fiona. Chuck not out of the woods yet. And Fiona, she's currently in 4th, but not by very far. So if she's still getting scored, by the way. Not sure if she's aware of it. Maybe, hopefully she is, because she can get some opportunity on the inside at that left at Val's. And looks like she's just trying to get back to the beach.
Work it.
And Fiona Wild in the blue, ending heat number 12 and ending round number 1. I'm Rocky Cannon. This is Dave Kalama right here. We're going to watch the Reprecharge heat coming up next, and they are underway. So heat 1 of the Reprecharge consolation round, Aaron Napoleon in red, Austin Kalama in white, Kainoa Teixeira in yellow, and Mateus Salazar in blue. Check in heat number 2, Kai Bates, Dorrance David, Yuri Dabrikow, and Pomai Hoapili. Check in for heat number 2.
Somebody up and riding.
That was Caddy from the last heat. On the inside, Jan Vaj.
Is that Aaron?
And on the outside, that's blue. That is actually Mateus Salazar. So Mateus doing much better than in his round 1 heat, where he sat for quite some time without catching a wave. Is able to get one off the bat. So it looks like in that last heat, it was Robin Johnston in first. Robin Johnston in first, followed by Kyle Vaz in second. And still waiting for the last score of Fiona Wild to see who got 3rd and 4th. Normally we wouldn't be so concerned with 3rd and 4th. But with Fiona being the lone Wahine competitor, we're interested to see where she ended up. Regardless, 3rd and 4th, Chuck and Fiona will be into the Reprecharge round.
Waves out there. What color is Rasta?
Yeah,
And here we go, looking in white. There's Austin Kalama. And the wind really whipping around.
Nice.
And nice turn there.
I'm cringing over here watching
You
my
are.
son. That was a good try, but looks like that wind chop got the best of him on that one.
So this is the round where it is first and second advance on, third and fourth will be out of the competition. So it's make or break here in the repechage round, in the consolation round and round 2 of the Stand-Up World Tour, Sunset Beach Pro. Heat number 2 get checked in Kai Bates, Dorrance David, Yuri Dabrakau, and Pomai Hoapili. Please check in. So official results come in for the previous heat. It was Kyle Vaz finishing in first, on to round 3, followed by Robin Johnston into round 3 as well. In third place, Chuck Patterson, and in fourth place, Fiona Wild. So Chuck and Fiona to the repechage consolation round, and Robin and Kyle off to round 3, which possibly we'll see how far we get into the event today, and stand by for the round 3. But right now we're in the repechage round, zooming right through. Already 20 minutes remaining in heat number 1.
Well, even though Chuck didn't advance in that heat, he can still walk down the beach with his head held high. Fiona sure gave a valiant effort to try and take him down, but Chuck was managed to keep her at bay. But I would say really a great effort by Fiona. I acknowledge her efforts and her accomplishments so much. I'm so stoked for her and so proud of her to be mixing it up with these guys here today.
Well, if you look back a year from today, none of us had any clue who Fiona Wild was.
Yeah.
As we watch Yellow, Kainoa Teixeira. This young man has been making statements the last couple of years, coming up through the junior and Nakamakai ranks, and now into the men's pro ranks. But
that looked like that win, what we were talking about earlier, got a hold of his nose and sort of stalled him out halfway through that cutback right there. But before that, good speed, good turns, working that wave as much as he possibly could. So nice ride for him.
Yeah, good start. You know, I think that's his second wave, possibly. But, look, talking about Fiona again, like a year ago, we even 6 months ago almost, we never even really knew who she was. I mean, I first met her at the Huntington Beach event in September. She raced and surfed. She did extremely well in the racing because, that's her background, her foundation is the Pacific Northwest, and doing all of those runs there. But her surfing really came around and was something that was quite surprising when you look at, where they're from and all those factors. And to see her now performing in the men's event at Sunset Beach, just in a mere matter of, the first months of meeting her is pretty amazing.
Ooh. That looked like Aaron. Taking a little tumble there. Yeah, I don't know where you do it, but I'd like to sign up for the Fiona fan club if I could. And I got a feeling there's a lot of people on the beach that'd like to do that too. So
yeah, and on watermanleague.com for sure. And those of you watching online, mahalo and welcome. Thank you for joining. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Turtle Bay Resort. Just had a pretty nice talk story with Brother Dave at Surfer Bar, and the sustainability efforts at Turtle Bay are monumental for the existence of 40 years on the North Shore, and the recent transformation has been so welcoming to lifelong residents like myself and others in the community that have been seeing the changes. Solar panels on the roof. 1,100-acre conservation easement for the land.
Wow.
And, partnering up with the North Shore Community Land Trust and really just getting back involved with the community that was kind of missing for the previous 36 years or so. So the new owner's doing a great job. New logo, new feel, putting the Waterman culture on the forefront of the branding. I think has helped a lot of us in the community and has helped, of course, events and providing jobs for a lot of people right down the road. And it's a fun place to be. And you got to experience it the other night.
Well, if companies like Turtle Bay don't sponsor this event, you and I look pretty funny commentating a normal blown-out day at Sunset Beach. So I appreciate them sponsoring this and making an event so we don't look like knuckleheads just talking on mics
right
at the beach someday.
Yeah, so we have the event to commentate. We have the surfers that are participating in the event. Your son competing right now has learned...
and he better get a wave soon or he's going to be in trouble when he comes in.
He's learned heaps in just 1.25 day of being down here.
Yeah, I'm so proud of what he did out there yesterday. You've mentioned it a couple times about how crazy that surf was yesterday and how many poundings and how big it was and all the stuff that, the fear and the anxiety and all that going on. And for those guys to go out there and compete in it, wow, just so much admiration for all of them, but even a little extra from my son.
Yeah, and coming from someone like you who's been on some of the biggest waves surfers will ever ride, on the planet, I'm sure all of our competitors who are hearing this or even, that were here yesterday are really taking it in stride as a learning experience, but also as a great experience for themselves to tell their story of yesterday. We got down on the beach an interview with the winner of the last heat, Stuart Howells, standing by.
Fiona.
Rocky, I'm actually with Fiona, the only female competitor in the main event here at the Sunset Beach Pro. Fiona, you've got a massive smile on your face. How was it?
That was so much fun. I loved it. Just being out there and seeing the waves that came through and taking off on a couple and just going down the face, and it was so exhilarating.
Obviously, the level in the main event has stepped up. Have you had to step up your game, different strategy, different plan out there?
For me, to make it through the trials, I just went in there as a learning experience, and I couldn't believe that I actually made it. So then I was like, okay, I'm in the main event, and my goal is just to have fun, be safe, catch good waves, and enjoy the experience.
Awesome stuff. Let's see you in the repechage round. Rocky and Dave, back to you up on the box.
Thank you.
Good stuff, honey.
All right, thank you, Stuart. And Fiona, good job out there. We'll see you in the repechage round. And Austin Kalama getting a good wave there. That'll be his best score. And only needed a little 3.9 to go to first. So that's a possibility. He's got a 1.27 so far. Kainoa Teixeira in first has a 3.17 and a 2.0. And Austin in close second. Mateus Salazar in third with a 1.0. And Aaron Napoleon in fourth with a 0.27.
Yeah, that one definitely is going to help his cause. And I've seen him surf more aggressively, but that's not necessarily the call for today. Today is about surfing well and surfing smart, probably more than anything else.
Right.
And I know he's riding his 7.6 Imagine today, which is smaller than he did yesterday, so he can be a little more maneuverable. But today is about surfing smart, like we keep saying, and negotiating that wind and finishing the wave. And, I'm stoked. That should help his cause. Looks like he just got a 3.4 for that.
Yeah, so that score coming in at a 3.4 for Austin Kalama. That puts him solidly in second place. Mateus Salazar in third, needs a 3.67. Aaron Napoleon in fourth, needs a 4.4. But yeah, you're absolutely right about the surfing smart and staying solid on your board. You can't get too aggressive when the conditions get like this. You're just going to kind of blow your own self out of the water if you try to do too much when it's like this. So you got to really stay composed. Make sure your feet are solid on the board. And paying attention to the little things. You can't be looking ahead at the next section when there's a big chop right in front of your nose.
Exactly. You're constantly balancing between aggressiveness and intelligence. And today you've got to be more intelligent than aggressive, because while you might get a massive score from being aggressive, the chances are you're not.
Yeah.
And that's not going to help you.
Right.
So
yeah, there's more chance of catching a chop and wiping out on a day like today. And we're going to throw you down to the beach. We have Stuart Howell standing by with yet another competitor. Take it away, Stuart.
Thank you, Rocky. I'm down on the beach with Kaya Vaz, the winner of that heat. Kaya, you took out this event last year. How is it different in the main event this time around?
Actually, it's the same thing. The contest, we got good waves. We got a lot of good competitors. So I'm excited to make my first heat, round one, and continue improving. I didn't find some good waves in my heats, but I'm happy to advance. And I hope I do better in the next rounds.
Is it always nice to get that advance straight through to the third round rather than going through the repechage?
Yeah, for sure. The repechage, it's hard. My brother is on the next heat, and I'll go cheer for him. But only the first one advanced, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, I hope good luck for him and for, not for the ones on his heat, but for the other heats.
How are you finding the level this year, the level of competition?
Oh, it's amazing. It's harder, you know. Every year it's harder. And I want to congratulate Fiona that was with us out there. I was scared to lose for her. I was like, I just can't lose for Fiona. But yeah, I'm excited.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations to Kaya and Robin for progressing through. We'll throw it back up to Dave and Rocky in the box.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. And good job, Kyle. Always great to see Kyle do well. He's a cheery young fellow and always has a great smile on his face. And Austin Kalama in this heat looking to replace that 127. Kainoa Teixeira out in front with 317 and 2.0. So this heat is still wide open for one big score to make a difference. And sometimes, you know, you kind of look for that in the heats of who's going to be the one to get that breakaway score.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking for the on button to start with, but I'm looking down at the score here, and I can see Aaron Napoleon's only got a .27. But if anybody on that list right there, he would scare me the most, because you know this guy has the talent and the know-how to just blow it up in one wave. And if I were these guys, I would be keeping an eye on Aaron, because at any moment, bam.
And speaking of, the wind blows one of our competitors' boards out the back. And you see some white caps starting to form on the outside, just a bit. A little bit of ocean spray blowing from left to right on your screen. That's white from the next heat. Dorrance David, part of the Tahitian tribe that is here every year for this stand-up world tour at Sunset Beach.
I apologize for looking over my shoulder so much away from the camera, Rocky, but it's just killing me. I'm trying to see how my son's doing.
No, totally understandable. I don't have any children yet.
At least that you know of.
One on the way. So I'll get.
Is that Aaron up and riding?
That's surfer in blue. That's Mateus Salazar.
Nice wave.
So Mateus just trying to stay with it, not do anything too aggressive like we talked about, and keep his feet on the board and his body upright, just riding that one through. But there is a certain sense, however, of not being aggressive enough that you don't want to be so surfing so intelligent that you're not have any aggressive nature to you, because you do have wave still.
Well, aggressive in this particular instance is relative to the other surfers. So you got to see smart enough to not fall.
Yeah.
And aggressive enough to score well comparatively against the guys that are in the water with you. And that is the constant balance you're trying to figure out what's the right blend of each. Aaron looks like he's leaning more towards aggressive than smart based on how much he's bearing that rail right now.
Well, he's the guy you talked about who has the potential to not only navigate this ocean very well, to find those good waves, but to perform on those good waves. And pretty decent performance there. We'll see if it's enough to go to second. We still have 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
My guess is Aaron just put himself in the mix. That was a pretty solid wave, and he rode it well. So I'd be surprised if he's not right there up against Austin.
Pomai Ho'opili heading out once again in the blue. So up and riding right now, Kainoa Teixeira in the yellow. And Kainoa, couple of nice turns there, just trying to keep it together. 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes to go. Here's last score of Aaron Napoleon. That was a 3.77. Kainoa Teixeira gets a 4-point ride for some nice top turning right there. And 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 3:50 to go. Time remaining, 3 minutes. 3 minutes remaining. And Aaron Napoleon working against that wind out there in the red jersey. And Austin going out for more. And last score for Aaron. His previous wave was not enough to go to second. Aaron Napoleon still in fourth. Mateus Salazar in blue in third. Needs a 1.14 to go to second. Aaron Napoleon needs a 0.9. Austin Kalama in second, holding on to that advancing position ever so slightly. He needs to better a 1.27. He needs a 3.78 if he wants to take the lead. That lead held by surfer in yellow, Kainoa Teixeira. Rockin' Robin with his little baby girl. Shakas and smiles. So time remaining 20 seconds. Aaron Napoleon needs a wave. Lets that one go by. 10 seconds. Here we go. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Kainoa Teixeira takes first. Austin Kalama survives and clings on to second place. Mateus Salazar finishes in third, and Aaron Napoleon in fourth. Kainoa and Austin advancing into round 3. And with the end of that last heat and the start of the next heat, we'll take you to a short commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Shakira Westo. I'm Ibaya Moreno.
My name is Cody Kerbach.
Candace Appleby. I'm Nicole Pacelli from Brazil.
I'm Mo Freitas.
I am Aline Arisaka. I am from Brazil and I'm 20 years old. I am 24.
My name is Fisher Grant.
I'm Kira Grant.
My name is Ian Vaz.
My name is Caio Vaz. My name is Lucas Medeiros from Brazil.
Name's Josh Riccio, 25, and I'm from Anna Maria Island, Florida.
Join us live at watermanleague.com.
All right, we're back with heat number 2 of the Repecharge round. Kai Bates in red, Dorrance David in yellow. Dorrance David in white. Yuri Dabrikow in yellow, Pomai Ho'opili in blue. In the next heat, check in heat number 3, Julian Boyer, Lucas Medeiros, Jan Vaz, and Leko Salazar. Please check in heat number 3, Repecharge round, Julian, Lucas, Jan, and Leko. Here we go on the outside. That's Leko's brother, Mateus, coming in from his heat. But congratulations to Kainoa and Austin. They're off to round 3. And here's out the back, Dabrikow.
Nice off the top. Little head dip coming out of that thing. And a body dip on that one.
Gets pummeled by that break-in wave there, and starts off his campaign for Repecharge round 2, heat number 2, with a small score, and he'll be on the board. Meanwhile, out the back, more sets. Dave still pumping out there.
Yeah, I'd just like to say good job to my son, Austin. But it looks like you don't have to do the dishes tonight, so good work.
There's yellow, Jan Vaz for the next heat. Saw his brother Kyle advance into round 3. Now his brother will hope the same for him. Here we go, Pomai Ho'opili from Hawaiian Water Patrol. Going for a rail grab, survives that.
That was pretty
whitewater right there. I know, that was the power stance guarantee. As
any other day, you might look at that ride and go, I'm not sure. But on today, that actually was a really good wave. And the fact that he made it through that explosion and almost got taken out, but rode out of it, really speaks well to what kind of skill level he has.
Yeah, and just the tenacity that it takes to battle through some of these sections. Here we go, up and riding in white, and carving off the top. You see that wind spray shooting off the back of the waves. It's still somewhat southwest, so it's not really It's not on shore by any stretch of the imagination, but it is windy, and we're powering through this repechage round.
Looks like a couple Nash boards there, and Imagine, and then might have been a JP. All right, who's up and riding?
And that is red. That's Kai Bates. Kai, the young master.
Well, that was a good wave we just had. It peeled nice, rode it to the end, made the most of it, and obviously had to deal with that wind along the way, but well done.
You know, as this wind picks up and you look at the draw and you start to kind of pick out the guys that are 95 pounds soaking wet and start to think of how much more challenging it's going to be for them than, say, the bigger guys that are, $150, $185, maybe even up in the, $190 range. But it does play a factor in navigating out there and riding the wave.
And most of the time, the heavy guys are suffering. They got to ride bigger boards, harder to fit into the wave. But today, our revenge.
Yeah.
It definitely pays to be a little heavier to manage all those bumps.
Yeah, and the wind itself, as it's blowing your body, as it's blowing your board. So, it looked like Kai was just trying to stay afloat there and stay on the board and stay intact, as some of these guys might look like a feather in the wind.
So, would this mean they're wind surfing, Rocky, since it's blowing so hard? But
we might bust out the booms. Yeah. Well, one of the most popular North Shore windsurfing spots right around the corner right here, backyards.
Oh, yeah.
Is usually nuking no matter what direction. It sticks out so far on the point that it's really susceptible to getting that fierce wind. As Chuck Patterson refuels for the repechage round. Scores coming in. Dorrance David, your first wave of 3.83 in the white. In the yellow, Yuri Dabrikal, your first wave of 3.67. Red, your first score a 2.17. And blue, your first score a 2.0. 18 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
You know what this wind kind of reminds me of, Rocky, is in Hawaii, trades are the most prevalent wind direction, which means they're coming out of the northeast, and this wind's coming out of the southwest. And it's like when you go to Australia and you got to drive on the other side of the road. You know how to drive, but because everything's turned around, it messes with your mind, and you got to think your way through everything. And that's kind of what these Konas do is, everything's there that you know what to do. Wow, that was a nice turn. He obviously knows what to do, and maybe he's from Australia.
And he actually is from Brazil, but he's got a crowd of fans on the beach watching him, cheering on those turns, as appropriately so. Those were nice, crisp turns. Here's Kai, the young master, Bates, as he navigates down the line.
Oh, nice.
Nice top turn there for the Australian.
Looks like those fins disengaged for a moment there.
And here's White. This is Dorrance David, part of that David surfing Ohana in Tahiti, much like the Kalamas and the Kinima. There's a contingency of Davids that are cracking onto the scene.
Well, that was a decent amount of action there between Kai and Dorrance. Just worked the heck out of that. They made it look like it wasn't even that windy for a moment.
Yeah, and Yuri Dabrikal probably with the best wave of that exchange. The backhander, some nice solid turns, finished that wave strong, and we'll stand by for the score.
hope they just keep running.
Here we go, up and riding in white. That is Dorrance David. Dorrance staying busy and carving a nice couple of turns on the inside and looking to finish with another maneuver before this wave peters out.
He obviously wants to advance because he just milked the heck out of that thing.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if they got cows in Tahiti. He milked that puppy right there. But he's currently in third. He needs a score to get into second. Needs a 3.68. Could that be the score? We'll wait and see. Kind of caught it on the inside. Made most of his maneuvers further in. So the judges today are for sure looking for moves further on the outside, the more critical part of the wave. And that'll get you the good scores. Kai Bates comes through with a 5.33. Here he is up and riding again. So he solidifies second place. And we'll get you those other scores as they come through. And this kind of day, the jet ski can just drive through. No matter the wake is not going to be a factor because there's so much wind. But that wave of Yuri Dabrikow, one of the top scores of the event so far, an 8.57, Dave.
Yeah, the way he committed to that rail and really laid it over right up into hooking it under the lip. That was impressive, and obviously the judges thought so too with an 8.57.
Oh, grinding. $12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 12:50 to go. And we're looking like we're going to power through this recharge round at least, Dave.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's ideal conditions, but that wind is giving us just enough of a break to keep kind of moving forward and keep it contestable. Challenging, yes. Contestable, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the key word there is contestable. And, as long as you have something to ride, you can argue that it's contestable every day of the year almost.
I mean, we could be in Huntington Beach with 1 foot blown out, and we'd probably still have to go.
Wetsuits.
So I'll take this.
Yeah, for sure. And there's Ian Vaz getting ready for his repecharge heat, along with former world champion Leco Salazar in the blue. Here we go. Yuri Dabrikow, one of the fellow Brazilians, up and riding and carving nicely on his backhand.
Well, saw some money.
Maybe on taco.
Yeah, even though that last cutback was, okay, you're not going to write home about that. I think it just spoke to how committed he is to doing well, because he held it just that second longer and finished that turn. And little things like that right now can make all the difference. You know? I mean, when we're talking scores of 2 and 3 as your backup wave, that little extra, if it gets you a 0.3 or 0.2, maybe even more of a score, that might be enough to get you to the next round.
Yeah, especially when we're dealing with, conditions we're having here. And, like we said earlier, everybody's dealing with the same conditions, the same waves, same ocean. But it's those competitors that can do those little things a little bit better and complete those turns, complete those waves. They will be the ones to have the better opportunity, a better chance to advance through the round. Of course, you'd love to be like Yuri right now in this heat, sitting on an 8.57. I mean, anytime, when you're out free surfing, for me as an ex-competitor, I have a hard time not putting a number on a wave after I ride it. And, just all those years of competing and being in so many heats. And even when you're free surfing, you kick out of a wave and like, oh, that was, solid 6.5 or 7. I'm feeling good, but I'm going out for the next set. I'm going for a 9 or, and when you're in the heat like this on a day like today with an 8.57, you've got to feel really good.
Yeah, once a competitor, kind of always a competitor. And looks like Kai's up and slashing again.
And Kai just needs an 8.58 to go to the lead. But just a little trip up there at the end, but he made the most of it while he had the chance. The young Masta. Oz brothers trying to score on Dave's shore break points. Meanwhile,
the rundown, jump on, glide out already. He's got 1 point going for him. And if he makes it out with his hair dry, that's a plus.
And here's a replay. The last wave of Kai Bates. The young master does a nice little hack and turn right there.
God, I love that when I just see just commitment to that rail and just push, throw buckets.
And we talked about the dynamic of having the paddle in hand, and we've seen a couple of crossover sports guys like Keahidea Boitz and others that have had experience either windsurfing or kite surfing, and it seems. And we've seen probably less of a crossover from conventional surfing. It seems, at least in the top ranks. And you talk about guys like Zane Schweitzer, extensive windsurf experience, and the Maui boys, really, really accustomed to jumping off surfboards to windsurf boards and things like that. Not so much the case around the rest of the state of Hawaii, and maybe not even across the world. But I've always kind of attributed a little bit of an advantage to come from those wind sports because you do have something in your hand while you're performing, and the same goes for stand-up paddle surfing.
Well, when you live on Oahu, the surf is so good so much of the time, it's hard to get distracted by these sort of peripheral wind sports. So I kind of understand it. When you live in a place like this, you're going to surf. And when everybody around you surfs and everybody's some of the best in the world, you push yourself and you get better.
Right.
And on Maui, we got wind so much of the time, you got to get into other sports, and that lends itself to a more open-mindedness and approach to everything you do.
Right.
And being willing to try these different sports, I think.
So here we are in the round 2, heat number 2. We've got 6 minutes remaining in this heat. It's Yuri Dabrikow with an 8.57 in the lead and a 5.33. We got Kai Bates in second with a 5.33 and a 3.93. Dorrance David on the bubble right now in third. He needs a 5.43. And Pomai Ho'opili in fourth needs a 6.09. And just about 5.30 remaining.
Yuri. What? Austin didn't make it?
So just so we're clear, on the repechage advancement, it is first place out of each repechage heat advances on, and then we're taking the top 2 second place finishers from the repechage heat into round 3. So the previous heat, it will be Kainoa Teixeira who gets to go into the next round. And Austin Kalama in second will be standing by to see if he's one of the top 2 second place finishers for this round. Oh, the Keikis, the Hawaiian Water Patrol kids over there. Yeah, Shaka. The gang down there playing on the beach. You guys learning today? It's school day, you know. 12:30, not pow yet. Start counting grains of sand. Work on your math. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. 1:15 remaining.
Looks like Yuri's got one.
And Yuri Dabrikow just cruising on into victory. So once again, we have this repechage round. First place goes to the next round, and the top 2 second place finishers will be advanced on into round 3. So right now we've only had 2 heats, so Austin and Kai Bates are looking okay. But we have the rest of the round to go through, and we'll see who the top 2 second place finishers will be, and moving on into round 3. But for now, we got countdown to take care of. Less than 20 seconds remaining in heat number 2. The wind whipping up on the outside. You see the horizon. Quite a few white caps out there, blowing across from left to right. Westerly wind directions today. And there is the end of heat number 2. Yuri Dabrikow moving on into round 3. Kai Bates will be on standby in second to see if he gets one of the high seconds. Berns David in third, and Pomai Hoapili in fourth. And there's the guy getting all the awesome water shots out there, Larry Haynes. And that starts heat number 3. Heat number 4, check in. Ikaika Kalama, Toby Cracknell, Giorgio Gomez, and Fiona Wild check in for heat number 4. In the water right now, Julian Boyer in red, Lucas Medeiros in white, Ian Vaz in yellow, and Leko Salazar in blue. First score for Leko Salazar is a 3.83. First of Leko, a 3.83. Once again, check in Ikaika Kalama, Toby Cracknell, Giorgio Gomez, and Fiona Wild. There you see the scores for Leko and Lucas Medeiros. Small scores. On the outside, you see the competitors battling that wind to hold position, coming across the break and just fighting against that wind. And again, the shape of the waves, not that bad when you look at it at face value. But you and I know, Dave, that when you're out there, the wind is stronger than it is here on the beach. It's playing much more of a factor than it is to the naked eye from here and on screen. But nonetheless, there's some open face out there.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like going from a smooth Indy-style race course to a Baja 500 style, where you don't know what's going to pop up in front of you, but you know something is going to, and it's not smooth, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it keeps you on your toes. And here's Jan Vaz trying to stay busy, going against that wind from right to left from the beach here, and throws a nice turn.
Nice.
Right
Another
into
one.
number 2.
Bam.
Looking towards Sunset Point, and right out beyond there is Backyards, that place we were talking about with a lot of windsurf, kite surf action over the last decades. And here we go, out the back. In the red, it is Julien Boyer. He seems to be nursing a left ankle injury, and regardless, injury or not, just couldn't get around that one.
That's not going to make it feel any better. But it almost looked like he was eyeing up maybe a tube ride from what it looked like when he first dropped in. You could see he was looking at something. We go back to Ian's replay here, and man, just some really nice tight snaps in the pocket there and off the top, making the most of what he could with that one.
It's been amazing to watch the sport progress. When it first came around, and it was, of course, a lot of guys were doing it when it first came around on really big boards. So you kind of thought naturally it would progress into more of a longboard competition style of sport, where you would have guys doing nose rides, helicopters, and of course still progressing with the carving turns. But it naturally seemed more fitting at first as a longboard progressing sport. But as you watch the guys shape their boards down and get smaller and smaller, the leverage they get with the paddles, the speed they can get. I remember watching a video of Zane a couple of years ago, and the very first completed aerial that I witnessed from stand-up paddleboarding was through video of Zane Schweitzer. And now I know that a lot of the top guys can get airborne, but it's just been an amazing progression.
You're absolutely right, Rocky. So much of the beginning of stand-up was sort of looked at as a giant compromise because you were riding these bigger boards. But as time's gone by, I think guys are figuring out there's a lot of advantages that you get from riding these boards, and the fact that you have a paddle enables you more pulling power to catch the wave. So at least in the surfing arena, I foresee the big wave element of stand-up perhaps being the most functional way to ride a really large wave, because now you're more mobile.
Right.
When you've got a paddle and the size board that you can ride, you're more mobile, which means you can get into and out of danger or the right spot more easily. And that's going to allow these guys to push the envelope eventually. Maybe not right now. There's still got a little ways to go, but it's moving in that direction.
Yeah, and with guys like Kai Lenny, that'll happen sooner than later, as we see Leco Salazar up and riding. Nice floater there. But we are going to take you down to the beach, where we have an interview standing by with Stuart Howells, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Rocky. There were some concerns on the beach about the winds picking up and conditions lessening. Yuri, you just scored an 8-point ride. Obviously, not too bad out there.
Yeah, it's fun out there. Like in my first heat of the day, I was like a little nervous, but at this one I was okay. I catch some good ones out there, and it's fun. Yeah.
What's it like competing here, Sunset Beach Pro 2015, first event of the Stand Up World Tour?
Oh, I like that. It's like I come to Hawaii like a lot of years, and I really like here. It's very fun.
Awesome job. Rocky and Dave, will throw it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Stuart. Congratulations, Yuri. And as we were talking about the progression of stand-up paddle surfing, and the big wave riding as we watch Leco Salazar really tag this one nicely off the top and float back down to finish. But what you're alluding to was the paddling speed to match the big waves, because you kind of got your arm paddle or you got jet ski. Now you got something in between.
Yeah, you look at the amount of square inch your hands ultimately make up, and you look at the size of your paddle. The paddle is more efficient. You can grab more water. You can move faster. You can accelerate, which means you've got a better chance at catching some of these really large waves. Looks like we got Ian up and riding again. Nice carve off the top.
Really working hard to stay with the wave as that wind blows up the face. Fiona Wild making her way down the beach, and you can see the wind rippling on her jersey, and we just kind of felt a bit more breeze kick up, and I got to say it's feeling quite nice up here now compared to the hot box we were in earlier.
Natural AC coming through now.
All natural, cuz. And once again, caution to the beach. Please hold on to your umbrellas and tents and small children as this wind whips through. And Giorgio Gomez, Toby Cracknell going to head out to heat number 4. Just a couple of more heats of this repechage round.
Look, he's already got it. So Austin's officially out. All right,
We go up and riding in white, Lucas Medeiros.
Nice drawn out bottom turn.
It just slips off the back of the board.
I think he was trying to make a little bit of chicken soup out of chicken poop right there.
Yeah. Trying his best. You got to give these guys a lot of credit. You know, the ideal kind of paddleboarding, of course, no wind at all, because your body standing up on the board functions somewhat like a human sail.
Exactly.
That, the ideal conditions for stand-up paddleboarding are flat, windy condition. Non-wind conditions, so very glassy. But these guys are showing, and girls, that they are very well adapted and very well trained and equipped to handle all conditions. If you look at yesterday and today, I mean, they couldn't be more tested.
Absolutely. Yesterday was all about size, and today is about wind. So these guys are just getting hit from the left and right. But they're handling well, and they're showing why they're professionals and why they're here, why they deserve to be here.
Some of the best well-conditioned athletes in the world when you consider having to engage your entire core during the whole exercise, and also having to hold your breath. I mean, that often gets overlooked. You know, when we talk about athleticism, we talk about world-class athletes. You know, we're, of course, in America, the headlines are with football and baseball and basketball and those sports, and tennis players and soccer players known to be very, very athletic and well-conditioned. But surfers and folks who handle the ocean, I mean, that uncomparable variable for other sports is that you don't have to hold your breath while you're doing those other sports.
Very true. Worst case scenario at a basketball game, you lose. But you're going to go home at the end of the day. That's pretty much a given.
Yeah.
Maybe a twisted ankle, worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Bad day out in the surf. You don't know what's going to happen.
It could be the worst case possible, which is very scary to think about. But it's the part of the thrill as we see Leco Salazar milking this wave for all it's worth, just trying to manufacture scores, keep himself in position in the game. It's part of the thrill. From riding enormous, huge waves, and anything can happen even on the smallest days in the ocean. The fact is you can't breathe underwater, and if you're not able to get to the surface, it's lights out.
Yeah, well, that's part of what makes this sport as fun as it is. That is dangerous.
Yeah,
and that knowing the danger is what sort of, in a way, makes it exciting. And that creates a lot of adrenaline. And, man, talk about a rush.
And talk about the future of Wahine surfing right there on the board with Robin and Rena. That's the next surfer girl getting ready.
Yeah, the thing is with today, I know it's easy to complain, but quite honestly, to me, this is when the cream rises to the top. Most guys can turn on a nice clean wave.
Yeah.
But the guys that are really good are the ones that can still turn when the conditions deteriorate. And I kind of think we're seeing that a little bit, sort of a disparity between first place guys and maybe second and third, is those guys that know how to turn and still execute their game plan in this kind of conditions just shows, how good some of these guys are.
Yeah, and they're really geared for all conditions, and proving so. Between today and yesterday, we had some of round one paddle out there. We had guys like Kyle Lenny, Justin Holland, who are at the top of the game, and they were essentially looking like they were having fun yesterday.
Well, you look at Kai, with as much time as he spends at Piahi, or as most people know it as Jaws.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a small day at Piahi.
Yeah.
So for him, no stress at all.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, he takes the biggest wave on the head. That's still a tiny one at Piahi. So
Right.
his comfort level in large surf makes it so much easier to perform because his nerves aren't going crazy.
Yeah.
And same with a lot of these other guys. They're comfortable in surf that large.
Right.
And it just makes it easier for you to focus on what you need to do, not be afraid of what could happen.
Right, and that's always a mind game, playing with you in the back of your mind of, the consequences. But when you're comfortable, like Leko is right here on this wave, you're more focused on what's up ahead. Bam. And a big lip right there crashing into Leko Salazar, not able to complete. And there's one of our lifeguard flags blowing in the wind with the coconut tree doing the hula right now. And 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. Here we go outside. That's yellow.
Setting up that bottom turn, looking for a little bit smoother spot to get a bottom turn off. Staying close to that white water with a little cut back. Nice. Another bottom turn. Working that tail off the top. Scoring points. Oh. God, he had a nice little tail break there, but then I think that set up the poke taco on the way back down.
Yeah, went fins free for a moment, and then the nose got buried underwater, and Ian went down. But he's on the top of the heat right now with a 7.1 and a 5.5. Welcome to all of you hanging out on the bike path with us. Mahalo. And just a reminder to all of you, hey, shakas, all right, hang loose, hang tight, whatever it is, just hang. No worries. But also keep in mind that bike path is being used by our residents, resident traffic passing by. So please don't stand in the middle of the bike path. Move to one side or on the sand. And it's okay. One thing about Hawaiian sand and North Shore sand, it comes off you really easily. It's not like East Coast, the United States, where it's all fine and super sticky. It's just a little brush, and it comes right off as we watch a replay of Ian Vaz. And nice carving turn there. Transfers the paddle nicely. And gets another one.
You could see he was being patient, setting up that bottom turn and letting that wave kind of develop in front of him. So when he does commit to that bottom turn, he keeps himself right in the pocket and can just bam off the top.
Oh, there was the fins free. And then the poke, and then it was Leko. Just the check turn, and then went big and released. Could not hold on.
Big up, Big down.
Last score for Ian Voss was a 7.4. So Jan Voss, 7.4 and a 7.1. That's a pretty darn good heat total for today's conditions.
Yeah, anytime you get up into those double digits, you're doing work. And so he's obviously surfing well today and knows what he needs to do. Right from breakfast.
Time remaining in this heat, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. And that familiar sound up and down the North Shore. We heard it quite a bit yesterday. I didn't hear of any accident or incident reports, but you always are concerned when the sirens are going up and down the coast here, especially when there's waves. You know it's most likely ocean related. And our next winner for the Turtle Bay raffle is Elizabeth Edmonds. Elizabeth Edmonds, you're our next winner.
Does she get the room at the Turtle Bay?
She gets a prize from the Turtle Bay tent. So I believe it is a T-shirt or a hat.
Oh, nice.
From Turtle Bay. So step on over to the awards area to the right side of the tent for your Turtle Bay raffle. And to enter, you go to turtlebayresort.com/SUP. And Julian Boyer in the red in this heat in fourth. Has a 0.93. He's comboed out of second place. Third place, Lucas Medeiros needs a 8.8 to go to second. So right now, top two spots by Ian Voss and Leko Salazar being held solidly. Three minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. 3:15 remaining. And it's Jan Voss in first. Leko Salazar in the blue in second. White, Lucas Medeiros in third. Needs an 8.8. Julian Boyer in the red in fourth. He needs a combination. He's got a 0.93 one wave. He needs a combination.
Well, I don't know, but looks like Julian could use a barrel ride into an aerial, into a giant roundhouse, and maybe back into the barrel again, which is kind of a tough order for right now, I'd say.
And kick out and do it again. 2 minutes, 25 seconds, 2:25. There's our competition setup. Our judges are on the top scaffolding, and the photographers and other folks are in the second floor of the contest scaffolding. We have the check-in area down on the beach level. Our yellow flag waving to signal there is less than 5 minutes remaining in the heat.
Looks like less than 2 minutes.
And now we've got under 2 minutes remaining. Stand Up World Tour Sunset Beach Pro, brought to you by Turtle Bay Resort, Red Bull, the Waterman League, as well as Nash Starboard, JP Australia, Fanatic, Rogue, and Corban, as well as This Week Magazine, Victory, Core Dry, and Paradise Helicopters, to name a few. A lot of great sponsors, 27 North as well. along with Nakamakai, Big Sup, and a lot of great support for this event, including Hawaiian Water Patrol down on the beach and the Waterman League production team getting it done for you on watermanleague.com. And we're going to take you to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Amy Bahia Moreno.
My name is Cody Kerbach.
Candace Appleby. I'm Nicole Pacelli from Brazil.
I'm Mo Freitas.
I am Aline Arisaka. I am from Brazil and I'm 20 years old.
I am 24.
My name is Fisher Grant.
I'm Kira Grant.
My name is Ian Vaz.
My name is Caio Vaz. My name is Lucas Medeiros from Brazil.
Name's Josh Riccio, 25, and I'm from Anna Maria Island, Florida.
Join us live at watermanleague.com.
So there's a look at the current heat right now. Heat number 4 in the water. Heat number 5. Get checked in. We need Kieran Grant. Sorry. Yep, heat number 5, get checked in. Keali'i Mamala, Fisher Grant, Nainoa David, and Chuck Patterson check in for heat number 5. And this is the round 2 repecharge round. Top surfer will make it to round 3. First place advances to round 3. And then we're taking our top 2 second place finishers into round 3 as well. So first place moves on along with the top 2 second place finishers. Upon completion of this round, we'll tally up who those top 2 second place finishers were and place them into round 3. Here we go on the outside. Kaika making sure not to lose his accessories, like his hat that he's wearing. And carving nicely on the inside, waiting for more opportunity, and then catches a rail and goes down. There's Fiona Wild slashing a cutty. And nice top turn there for Fiona, down the line speed. And going for that slashing layback turn, and the wind just whips her up.
That looked like a pretty good ride before that point, though, so hopefully that'll put her on the board and get her into the mix of giving herself a good chance.
Well, it'll put her on the board. She had a nice top turn on the outside. She had a nice little cutback carve to follow up, and then if she was able to complete that inside maneuver, the boys would have been in big trouble.
Yeah, I'd say so. Nonetheless, you got to love her tenacity to just keep pushing no matter what, and then going for it on that last one just kind of epitomizes what she's all about, and just charging, and I love to see it.
And you see our caddies out in the lineup. Looks like Ben Roediger caddying for Fiona from what I can see here. And time remaining in this heat, 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Here's a replay of Fiona's wave. So got to the bottom, kind of mid-face there, snapped it off the top, and was going for more. She kind of lost it right there and conceded to the wave. You kind of, sometimes when you're going down and it's, you're going to fight it and maybe get more poundings, or just concede and say you win.
Minimize the damage and get out.
Right.
She picked off a good one, though. We haven't seen one peel like that in a little bit, so good for her on that. But now Ikaika's got one on the board.
Yep.
Giorgio's got one on the board. Toby needs to get himself in the mix here.
Yep, and first score for Fiona Wild was a 5.67. First score for Ikaika Kalama, a 2.27. So first of blue, a 5.67. First of red, a 2.27. First of yellow, a 1.27. Giorgio Gomez, you're in third. You need a 1.01. Fourth place, Toby Cracknell. You need a 2.28. And down on the beach, we have an interview with the winner of that last heat. Standing by with Stuart Howells is Ian Vaz.
Ian, it looked pretty tough out there. Your brother won his heat. Did he give you a couple of words of advice?
Yeah, Kyle always gives me good advices. He won last time, so I better hear what he says. And yeah, I'm very happy. I got like 2 or 3 good waves. The last one was like a really good wave that came. The wind is so hard that the last turn I tried, the fins just went free, the board started like flying. And I made it all perfect, and I was like, yeah! And then the nose caught, and I was facing the water. Oh.
You must have impressed the judges. 2 7-point rides out there. The wind can't be affecting you too much, though.
Yeah, the wind's affecting a lot, but yeah, it's hard for everyone. Let's go.
Any words of advice for the guys out at the moment?
Just go, do the turns, and hope you got the best.
Congratulations, Ian.
Thanks.
Rocky and Dave, back up to you guys.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ian. Mahalo, Stuart. And we'll get back into the action here for heat number 4 of the Reprecharge round. 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. 17:40 remaining.
It looks like Fiona's in the lead at this moment. Still lots of time, but these guys better go to work.
Well, she's got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far with that 5.67. And there's not much happening in the water right now from what we can see on our screen as we check out the contest area and the bike path and the surrounding vicinity. Here goes Ikaika Kalama on the outside.
That's a nice wave.
And looks like Ditch the Hat Possibly the wind got it, but he is still carving away and kicks out. Here we go on the outside in yellow. This is Giorgio Gomez. Smacking
nice. Would have been nice if you could have got one more hit off that, but boy, that sure was one of the better hits of the day so far.
Yeah, and the commitment and the new progressive judging style of quality over quantity. We've seen those one maneuver waves get pretty good scores, and the judges rewarding commitment. We're going to watch the replay right here, Dave, and I like how he really committed and attacked the lip.
Yeah, no holding back. Came up from underneath it.
And he transferred his paddle during the maneuver. That was pretty slick.
It'll be interesting to see if Ikaika's wave that he got 2 solid bottom turn off the top or the one big hit, who does a little bit better. That'll be a good indication to the guys what the judges are looking for. Well, I would say I don't know what these people did right to get down here, but they did something right.
Yep, you are here. Welcome to Sunset Beach. One of the world-class venues for surfing and for surfing spectating.
Absolutely. When you're a young Grom coming up, dreaming about the North Shore of Oahu, that's exactly where you're thinking, right there. Sunset Beach.
Yeah. It's a gem of a place. It's a gem of a coastline here regarding surfing and almost anything you want to do around here. I mean, we've been lucky at Turtle Bay to be able to share a lot of the experiences, from surfing to stand-up paddleboarding. We have a helicopter on the property that does aerial tours right there, like outside your hotel room. And we've got, a stable with like 30 horses at. So not your typical resort for sure. A lot of land to work with. And we enjoy getting in the water. And speaking of getting in the water, the boss
Looks
is
like
heading
he's
out
about to
there.
get wet. Yeah,
Terry,
it's interesting you
the
bring that
boss.
up about the North Shore. In surfing, if you want to make a name, you got to make it on the North Shore of Oahu.
Absolutely.
That's a given, right?
Right.
So it's kind of fitting that here we are at Sunset for stand-up, and this is where these guys are trying to carve their name into the wood of stand-up and really build a reputation. So I'm stoked we're here. I'm stoked to see how well these guys are doing, and I think they're representing not only themselves but the sport really well.
Yeah, the sport's still fairly new when you consider just the recent expansion of the sport. Of course, it's been done for thousands of years in various forms, but the stand-up surfing world is still pretty new. The judging criteria, what to do with these paddles, and some of the rules are essentially kind of still being written as we go along. But it's a great foundation we have with the Stand-Up World Tour and the Stand-Up World Series, showcasing not only the surfing part, but the racing part too. And here's Giorgio.
Speaking of showcasing, this guy showed us what he could do with a lip just a minute ago. And now he's doing it again. Maybe not like he did on the last one, but still, that's a solid backup to that first hit he had.
And here's Ikaika Kalama on the outside, looking for something to develop, and just loses his footing right there and gets caught up and goes down. Ikaika Kalama in the lead right now with a 4.2 and a 2.27, but Fiona Wild holding on to second. Giorgio Gomez, that one maneuver wave was at 4.33. He was able to get a good score for just one turn, and that's tough to do. So you got to be real committed on that turn. We're waiting for his last score. Only needs a 1.35 to go to second. Toby Cracknell, haven't even said his name very much here. He's kind of lost at sea.
starting to drizzle. Oh yeah, you can see some drops on the little screen now. There's a nice one on the outside. Let's see if somebody gets it.
And
it looks like they're going to get it, all right.
They're going to get it. Toby and Fiona throwing their boards over. Giorgio survives around the shoulder, enough to even catch this wave, and has to hold back. Toby Cracknell just in the trough there. You know, one thing I do notice about the sport as well is since it is quite new, and there is, you know, a handful of really consistent competitors, but the sport is really widely known. But at this level of competition, you know, the community is quite small, and so the camaraderie is really deep, and you notice kind of the Ohana vibe of the sport across the nations.
Yeah, you know what? That's one of the beauties of this sport right now is how inclusive it is and how well all the top competitors get along. They're really pulling for each other. They share information. It's kind of unique for the top-level competitors to be so close and spend so much time together on a daily basis. A lot of these guys train together, and they push each other to get better. And so that is one of the beauties of the sport. And I hope that stays around for quite some time, because I think that's one of the things that separates us from a lot of other surfing sports.
Yeah, and competitive sports in general, where you have you know, a real kind of dog-eat-dog mentality. But there is a lot of camaraderie, a lot of togetherness, it seems, in this sport. Eight minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 8:30 remaining.
Well, it looks like Fiona still only got one wave, and if she backed that up with anything, she'd be right there in second. And it looks like Ikaika just moved into first.
So last score for Ikaika was a small score, but he holds the lead. We're waiting for the last score of Giorgio Gomez to fill in. Last of yellow, Giorgio Gomez had a couple of turns, and that score comes in at a 4.33. So Giorgio Gomez goes to first, Ikaika Kalama in red in second. Blue, Fiona Wild in third. Blue just needs a 0.8 to go to second. And fourth place, white, Toby Cracknell needs a 4.21. So this heat right here, very important to go to first place. Which, if we could, have our iPads here formatted to tell you what they need to go to first. But currently it's just, from what I can see here, to go to second. But Giorgio Gomez is in first. Ikaika Kalama in second, needs a 4.46. Fiona Wild in third. Toby Cracknell in fourth. 6 minutes, 55 seconds.
Ikaika up and riding. Didn't quite pan out on that one. Looks like she lost her equipment. Looking like Fiona's having a little trouble there. I see her on the back of the ski looking for what looks like her equipment, maybe? Well, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, trying to locate her board.
Well, if anybody can find it, Terry's on the job, so you got to think she's in good hands.
Absolutely. Well, she's getting taken right out to the caddy right there. That's Ban Roediger.
I'd say finish this and pound.
Three minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 3:15 left in heat number 4. This round number 2. Heat number 5 coming up next, followed by heat 6. There goes Fiona dropping in. And holding on right there. Comes around the corner. Looking for some open face. She finds it there. Little check turn. And to the inside section.
Well done, Fiona. That's not an easy job picking up one of those peeling waves today. Two minutes left in this heat, so Fiona, that's definitely going to help your cause. And Toby, I would catch another wave immediately.
So the call is official from contest surf director Tristan Boxford that we are going to finish the ripple charge round, and then we'll have enough of the competition done where we just need one full day of competition, and we can cherry pick that last day for round 3, the quarters and the semis. And you know, that's you know, when you do have the time to play with like that, you do want to try to give the most equal opportunity for a complete round.
Yep.
So to run the rest of today of round 3 in this slop here, and if we get something better, you know, we want to, it's usually best practice, as much as you can control it, to try to run the complete round on the same day of competition, or at least in the same type of conditions. So good call for ending after the repecharge round. We'll have all those heats done, and then all we have left is the round before quarters, then the quarterfinal, semis, and finals.
I am sure the competitors will appreciate that. Ooh, somebody up and riding. Nice one, too. That's yellow. Nice one.
Here we go. That's Giorgio Gomez. He's the heat leader in first place. And remember, in this repecharge round, first place goes straight to round 3, and then we wait for the top 2 second-place finishers to fill them into round 3. So Giorgio trying to leave no doubt and no room for computation, and trying to get first place. And that is the end of the heat. I'm not sure this wave will count. She will need a big score, or not too big of a score. She'll just need a 299, but Giorgio's last wave still coming through. So that could be all for Fiona Wild, and we'll wait for the results of the high second place when we complete the round. But for right now, it is Giorgio Gomez in first, Fiona Wild in second, Ikaika Kalama in third, and Toby Cracknell in fourth. And next heat is underway. That is Kaylee Imamala, Fisher Grant, and Nainoa David and Chuck Patterson check in. Final heat of the day, heat number 6. Kieran Grant, Noah Janela, Masa Motohashi, and Connor Baxter check in for heat number 6. Here we go on the outside. This is Chuck Patterson in blue. And Chucky P down the line speed. I can see that board moving well in the chops here. And as the waves get choppier, the bigger guys we talked about having that advantage. Chuck looking solid.
Looks like Fisher's getting a nice wave.
Yep, Fisher Grant from the East Coast.
Well done. He worked that one. Good way to start the heat. Both Chuck and Fisher right out of the gate, putting something up on the board.
And it is confirmed, once again, announcement for the beach and for competitors that we will be running to the end of the repecharge round, finishing with heat number 6. And then we will be stopping competition and coming back on our next possible day of competition. Tomorrow looks pretty windy, as well as Sunday. Monday's a holiday, and possibly next Tuesday and Wednesday could be possible days for competition. We'll keep you posted. Possibly Sunday is a definite possibility. So we'll be just up early, checking out the conditions, every morning. And we'll keep you posted on watermanleague.com as well as the Facebook page, Stand Up World Tour. Giorgio Gomez getting some sisterly support. Here we go on the outside. That is yellow. Really quickly, that was Nainoa David. First score for White Fisher Grant was a 4.33. First of White, a 4.33. First of Blue, Chuck Patterson, a 2.5. And Nainoa David in your frame, part of that Polynesian David surfing Ohana from Tahiti. Battling against that wind, trying to stay in position. We talked about it kind of all day today, the positioning importance here at Sunset Beach and how hard it is on a good day to stay in position. On a day with winds blowing like they are today on a stand-up paddleboard, it's just that much tougher.
Yeah, today would be better for a downwind race than a surf contest at this point.
And going the other way than we're usually used to going.
They're making the most of it, and I think that's a good call to end it after this round, if we can make it that far.
Yeah, the wind is pretty fierce, but we're almost there. We're getting right up to heat number 5 with 19 minutes remaining, and we're going to go into heat number 6 and complete the round, and then we'll be on standby for the next few days to see what the ocean produces. We'll be here tomorrow to check it out. Doesn't look likely. Sunday is a possibility. And then we'll be here bright and early Sunday to check it out and see if it's appropriate for a final day of competition. Monday, of course, President's Day, a 3-day weekend. Hey, guys. Aloha. Yeah. Just some guests and visitors stopping by to peekaboo into our commentary area. And Monday's a holiday, so enjoy your 3-day weekend, most of you. And then we'll be back, possibly if we don't finish Sunday, we'll check out Tuesday and Wednesday.
A lot of times you kind of hardly notice a holiday around here. Huh? Sometimes it feels like every day is maybe a holiday.
It has that feeling and potential a lot of times, especially you see young kids surfing at like 11 o'clock. You're like, hey, bro, today's Wednesday.
Yeah, holiday Wednesday.
Yeah, and Uncle got to pull his ranks. Like, well, technically you're supposed to be in school and potentially not be here, so I'm taking this wave. Uncle is pulling rank. Hey, man, growing up at Haleiwa here on the North Shore, you had a couple uncles that kept an eye on the school schedule, and if you happen to be anywhere on the beach during that, you were 86th. As we see White, that's Fisher.
That's a nice wave there. It peeled all the way. Oh, making it through a tricky section there.
You can see every turn these guys are doing now with these winds is very technical. They're really putting their best effort into each turn just to stay on the board and keep that rail in the water and stay afloat, essentially. And Connor Baxter waxing up. And Zane Schweitzer giving him some support. Oh, Zane, what happened to the knee, bro? Is that just the kind psych everybody out, huh? Oh, Zane's hurt. Zane's hurt. And then, coming to the heat, 9.77.
Looks like Zane's psyching up his boy for the surf rodeo competition going on out there.
Some bucking Broncos out there, bro. And we're going to look at Fisher Grant's wave, I believe. And you see how every turn is just really technical, just trying to keep themselves from taking a spill.
Nice hair flip there, too, coming out of that tricky section.
We're going to add that to Dave's points and factors. There's Chuck Patterson. He's working it on the inside and slashes a turn right there. Will he get another bonus section at Val's Reef? We'll wait and see.
Come on, Chucky boy. Crack! I'll add sound effects.
And the Gomez Ohana. Congratulations, Giorgio, advancing into round 3. Mahalo to all of our great sponsors once again. Thank you. Thank you to the Waterman League, to Red Bull, to Turtle Bay Resort, just down the beach here. A few minutes down the road is the awesome Turtle Bay Resort. And you can find safe swimming there in front of Ola Restaurant. Just stay inside the orange buoys while you're surfing or swimming there. And also thank you to Nash Paddleboards, Starboards Paddleboards, as well as JP Australia and Corban, Rogue Paddleboards, and Fanatic. And some of our headline sponsors this week magazine, Victory, Corban, and Paradise Helicopters. And mahalo to our patrons along the lines of Nakamakai, Focus SUP, and Big Sup, Art in Surf, and 27 North also. Mahalo. Well, Dave, I say you were right from this morning to about an hour ago. Not much change in the conditions. A little, shaky here and there, but contestable from the last half an hour or 45 minutes to now. It's really deteriorated.
More rodeo than surf contest at this point. And so if you can just stay on the wave for 2 minutes, or how long is it?
8 seconds, bro.
8 seconds.
8 seconds.
Okay, so you can stay on the wave for 8 seconds. Let's add that to Dave's little point system.
Okay. And it all depends on the conditions, too. So we're bringing you Dave's points, Hawaiian Water Patrol, and Ohana, all taken care of over there in the tent, staying warm, staying dry. At least those buggers in the tent, the butters in the water, is working hard. Uncle Terry and everybody. Mahalo to the gang. Yesterday was, without a doubt, a day when, it's great on those days, working Water Patrol. When we roll up to the event on days like that, it's like, all right, boys, it's our time to shine, because a lot of the events, you're dealing with pro surfers that know what they're doing, but you're always there prepared for an accident or something that could happen. Some of the longest days are during the locomotion surf into summer at Ala Moana Bowls, working Water Patrol.
Yeah.
So you got to have a ski there for the boat channel, but it's seriously some days ankle snappers. You're just baking out there. But days like today, days like yesterday, it's really, really crucial to have the Water Patrol engaged and on the same page as the production team and the direction and everything else. So good job, Hawaiian Water Patrol, especially yesterday. A lot of great grabs and pulls from the impact zone. And a lot of equipment saves, too.
Yeah, that's right. Looks like we got yellow up for a second in riding, and
that was Nainoa.
Even though that wasn't too much of a wave, he needed a second one, and it doesn't look like he needs too much to get himself into second place, so maybe that'll be enough to move him up one.
Have you spent any time interacting with Poto, David, and the Tahitians?
I've been to Tahiti before, but no, I've never really had time to hang out and spend quality time with them, unfortunately. But I very much know of them, of their reputation, and you know how important they are to surfing in Tahiti. And what they represent.
I mean, now it seems like we've got the Tahitians sprinkled in every part of surfing, which is appropriate. But within the last few years, you look at guys like Michel Borez, who's making a tear on the world tour and putting Tahiti on the map. Of course, you had, in the previous years, Poto being one of the first Tahitians on world tour. But now you see the stand-up world tour and the producing of talent from Tahiti with guys like Poi Nike and all the Davids. And, it's been really great.
Well, I tell you what, I've done enough canoe paddling to know that the Tahitians absolutely dominate that sport.
Yeah.
And if the surfing Tahitians can do that to surfing, we are all in trouble.
Yeah.
These guys just absolutely dominate. And I think it's their culture.
Yeah.
It's so embedded in what they do that it's just a matter of time. But I don't doubt it from happening.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty awesome to see a Tahitian world champ either in stand-up paddle, world tour surfing, or shortboard world tour surfing. But, I think it's quite possible. The time is arriving for the Tahitians. And on the beach, we have an interview, but we're going to hold off for just a second and watch Toby Cracknell. That is Fisher Grant. Get that wave as he ends it. So we'll take you back down to the beach with Stuart Howells. Standing by is the winner of that last heat, Giorgio Gomez.
Giorgio, you can see conditions deteriorating. 2 4-point rides, progressing through. Is that what it's all about?
Probably. It was really hard to find those right ones that would, actually open up and not get blown off the face. But I was lucky to get into a couple and put some all right scores on the board.
You struggling to get into the right position to put a couple of scores on the board, just paddling out?
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute you're on the west bowl or even in the and then the next minute you're almost to backyards. The wind's just fully pushing you all the way to backyards, and you don't even realize it because you're just basically a sail just flying off to backyards.
Congratulations for progressing. Rocky and Dave, back up to you.
Thank you, Stuart. Doing a great job down there. Mahalo to our Waterman League production team, as well as congratulations to Giorgio. The only way you can make a repechage more gnarly is you go only first makes it out.
Yeah, that makes it tough. Most of these guys are conditioned to think, well, if I get second, I keep moving on. But unfortunately, in this scenario, only the 2 best second-place guys do.
Yep.
And so, it's all or nothing right now.
Yeah, and it's that adaptation factor. As you see one of the boards coming in, I believe that could be Fisher Grant's board. He was riding a Nash out there. Oh, sorry, that was yellow. Nainoa David's board, actually. And Uncle Terry giving him a ride back to the beach. But it was a tough go in this round for a lot of our competitors because it is a repechage. It is so competitive. It is sudden death, if you will. And, having to win your heat, that's part of adapting to the different scenarios. And, you got to go out there and get it done, perform. If you don't do it, somebody else is. And they're going to be off to the next round.
Boy, this is getting tough out there. I'm starting to feel for these guys. At this point, if you just catch anything, that's got to be a high score, let alone make a turn on it.
Yeah, it is really whipping. You see the lifeguard flags right there on the constant move, and it takes quite a bit of wind to get those flags churning like that. And it is not slowing down.
It's getting treacherous here in the announcing booth. I can't even imagine out there.
Really. We're somewhat undercover, but we are actually a little bit exposed. And then it'll stop like that. And let us catch our breath and brace everything for the next gust. But 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this heat. 5:35 remaining. Just about 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes here in heat number 5. Heat number 6 coming up next.
Well, I don't think these guys are going to remember this heat for how good it was, but they're definitely going to remember it for how windy it was.
Yeah, it's picking up quite a bit as forecasted. Maybe a little later in the day than we anticipated, which is fortunate because we were able to get so many heats done with pretty decent conditions, at least for the morning. And then it's just really kind of hit us here in the latter parts of the repecharge round. But still, like we say, it's contestable. Anytime there's waves breaking, we'll call it contestable. But just one more heat to go after the 3 minutes winds down here in heat number 5.
For those of you that don't know, contestable is code word for not very good. So right now it's very contestable.
It is quite contestable. And good deciphering of the codes there.
It's funny.
Yeah.
I remember.
It's rideable. That was a good one, too.
Out of all the Christmas dinners I've ever had, the one I remember is the one I had at Jack in the Box in Las Vegas when we were driving from Southern Cal up to Utah. And I got a feeling these guys are going to remember this heat from today because it's one of the worst they've ever probably been in.
It's like Jack in the Box for Christmas. As wind is howling, I'm sure judges are much more forgiving with the standing up rule and paddling. But it's challenging conditions. The wind sometimes will give us a break right in this little pocket right here, but I assure you folks out in the lineup, that wind is fierce and non-stop. See the white caps on the outside?
Rocky, you and I joke about the vast expanse of people watching from Haleiwa all the way to Turtle Bay.
Yep.
On the live coverage.
Yep.
But I just happened to get a text from my buddy Warren Curry at the Easy Rider up in Edmonton, Canada.
Oh, wow.
So we're going international, and it's official now.
And Edmonton, awesome.
Edmonton.
I know one of my friends is a player for the Edmonton Oilers. And that's about as close a connection to Edmonton I have.
As bad as it is here, and we keep trying to describe that, I bet they'd trade anything to be here right now.
Yeah, because the sun's out, the beach is nice. Chuck Patterson's on a formidable-looking wave and does a nice turn off the top. And then little carving turn just to finish up, and we'll see what happens on the end here, and he just goes down. But Chuck Patterson right there in second place, vying for the lead, needs a 4.01.
He rode that one well on his stand-up board, but if you haven't seen the pictures, he could also ski that wave if he wanted to. I've actually seen pictures of Chuck skiing a wave.
With snow skis.
Yeah, that's right.
That's something that you might see like on Believe It or Not. Ripley's Believe It or Not. Here we go. That is the end of the heat. And judges, start whenever you are ready. Judges, please start the next heat whenever you are ready. And Chuck Patterson, he needed a 4.01 and essentially was going to be up to that turn right there. I'm not sure if that was enough, but nonetheless, he'll be vying for a top second, if not in the lead.
He needs that 4.01. Hopefully that first part of the wave that we didn't see was enough to get him into the lead, and it looks like it was. He got a 4.67 on that last ride, which is enough to get Chuck in the first place, which means he's moving on.
All right, so Chuck Patterson able to get a 4.67 and advance into round 3. And our last heat of the day just started, heat number 6, featuring Kieran Grant, Noah Janela, Masa Motohashi, and Connor Baxter.
Good, yeah. Ooh. That looked like Red who took off on that one, and it didn't last long.
Oh, man, that was a quick ride in the worst way. Here's Connor Baxter.
Yeah, Connor.
And he's
Nice.
finally got the open face, yep.
He's definitely making the most of it. Bang off the top. Ride it out, ride it out. Well, first blood, Connor Baxter. That should put him in the lead and made the most of what he could with that wave.
Yeah, you want to get started early out here. You want to get one right off the bat. It always makes you feel good, builds your confidence. And the time factor we talked about here at Sunset Beach, the earlier you get started in your heat, the less you have to stress going on into the rest of the heat. And good start for Connor. We'll see how the score comes in. He's up against Kieran Grant in red. Noah, that fella from Cavella, in white. And also Masa Motohashi in yellow. First score for Connor Baxter on the replay here. This was a 5-3-3, Dave.
Yeah, you can see most of what he's doing is negotiating those bumps, but he's still getting it up on rail, and he managed to bang off that whitewater, ride out through it, and keep going. So, yeah, you got to give him credit for that, because with the conditions the way they are, well done.
You know, a lot of times when there's that much foam, that much whitewater, and they have the paddle going, it almost looks like a cross country ski or something, you know, to where you're just like battling all that foam and powder, and the whitewater looking similar to that for Connor Baxter on the last one. We can even see some of these guys, for them staying on the board is a task in itself. Chuck Patterson, who's in great shape.
Can we get a little oxygen down on the beach for Chuck Patterson, please?
Uncle Chuck. Here's yellow Masa Motohashi. And Masa looking for the connection, but not going to find it to the inside.
Boy, look at that. That is tough right there. That's torn up, ripped up,
yeah,
shredded up, but contestable.
But rideable and contestable. Absolutely. Like, mom's had to work late tonight, so sister's cooking. Well, it's shredded up, it's chopped up, it's edible.
Burnt Cheerios for dinner tonight.
So we've got everybody in the heat right now facing the same conditions, and we'll see what they can do. Noah Janela banking the left and carves off the top. A little unconventional there, but makes good use of it. "19 minutes and 25 seconds remaining."
Which is probably going to feel more like an hour for these guys. It is so difficult out there right now, and they're just getting blown everywhere.
That's Kieran Grant fighting his way back across the wind from right to left. And you see the white caps beyond. And it's definitely a day that you may want to be doing a downwinder than surfing, like you said, Dave.
You guys could just take off.
It would be
towards
fun.
Turtle Bay. And
it
have
would be
a great
fun doing a
downwinder.
downwinder from here. You could actually go from here to Turtle Bay quite nicely. Opposite of what we're used to on the North Shore. We do a lot of runs during the summer from Turtle Bay down the coast to Waimea Bay, here at Sunset Beach, Haleiwa if you want to get a long one going. But today would be a good day to jump on a board and head east. That's white.
That's not Noah.
Sorry, that's is that a surfer from the last heat? That is. That's a big no-no. "17 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 17:20. Connor working across the outside break against the wind. He's the surfer in the lead right now with a 5.33.
If Connor could just turn this into a downwind thing to catch his waves, I have no doubt he could catch anything he wants out there because he's one of the best downwinders in the world.
Continuing the battle, Connor Baxter. And right now we're going to take you down on the beach. Standing by with Stuart Howells is Chuck Patterson.
Chuck, you won that last heat. Left it late. Were you planning on doing that?
Well, you know what? After getting super humbled in my first heat, and boy, it was a total different change of game plan. You know, it's all about trying to get that first wave under your belt quickly versus the last heat. I really dilly-dallied around, and there's so much current out there, and it's all about just getting one wave right away and just kind of setting the pace and then trying to be in that pace the whole time. So it's nerve-wracking. You get a wave, you always wonder what the other person's doing on the outside, and you're paddling back out, and it's just, that was the most victory at sea I've ever seen, and so I just try to make the most out of every wave, and of course you make mistakes, but you kind of cross your fingers and keep going.
Using all your years of experience, what's it like paddling against some of these younger guys?
Very humbling. It's also inspiring, though. It's great to watch these kids, that we've kind of, I'd like to say, maybe mentored a little bit, and watch them explode, and they inspire a lot of us, in tune. So that's why I'm still here, and I love the sport so much. So it's great, and to take a couple of them down, it's even a little bit more fun.
Awesome stuff. We'll try not to get blown away. Guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Stuart, and good job, Chuck, advancing into round 3. $14 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Part of our Waterman League crew right there. Getting all the shots of the action.
With Chuck Patterson doing as well as he did, he really represents the senior citizens of stand-up well. And I couldn't be more proud of anybody than I am of Chuck right now. So good job, Chuck.
Yeah. Go pick up your AARP card on the way out. 13 minutes remaining. 13 minutes so far. Connor Baxter in the lead with a one-wave score of a 5.33. Noah Janela in second with a 3.33. Masa Motohashi in fourth with a 2.93. And Kieran Grant in fourth with a 0.57.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Noah's 3.33 came from one of the only lefts I've seen ridden today, so that might just be more points when you go left at a right-hand point break.
Yeah, like Zane Schweitzer said earlier, as we watched Red, he's pretty sure he caught all rights out there. And Red, Kieran Grant.
Yeah, milking it.
Doing good to make the most of this wave. Little reverse bank there. Yeah, good job. And it'll be his best score. He's got a 0.57 on the board, so didn't need much to better it.
He's actually the first person with 2 waves, so that might really help his cause.
And we see the flags, the scaffolding, the yellow caution tape from the lifeguards, everything being whipped up here as forecasted and expected. Standing by for the last score of Kieran Grant. He's going to better that 0.57, and we'll see where he lands after the scores locked in. And there it is, a 4.57. So Kieran Grant goes to second. He just needs a 0.77 to take the lead from Connor Baxter. But the wind is blowing, but the sky is still very beautiful. You can get your bronze on for sure.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say to all the people that have stayed for the bitter end of this event, thank you very much for going the distance. I'm sure the surfers appreciate it. Rocky and I appreciate it because, like I said, we look kind of silly just talking on mics with nobody around, but not that we wouldn't do it.
And those of you watching on watermanleague.com, from around the islands here all the way to Edmonton, Canada, and beyond, thank you for joining us. And on your screen right now, Connor Baxter and Noah Janela, two goofy foots in this heat. And if Sunset is hard enough to surf in general, on your backhand, it can be that much more tricky, especially when the winds are blowing this hard. Noah Janela is
we're watching not much action going on right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to send a shout out to Phil Worthcutt. Oh my God, that was the worst hack job of a name. Phil in Perth, how you doing?
Right
Sending
on.
love. Sorry I screwed up your last name, but we're thinking of you. Wish you were here. And thanks for watching.
Thanks for tuning in. Absolutely. And we got 9 minutes remaining in this heat. And like you said, Dave, for those who've stuck around for the very end of the competition for today, we thank you. And the competitors appreciate it, as well as all of our sponsors appreciate it, including Turtle Bay Resort, Red Bull, Nash and Starboard, and JP Australia, and Fanatic, and Rogue Paddleboards, and Corban, and This Week Magazine, Victory Core Dry, and Paradise Helicopters, along with Nakamakai and Big Sup and 27 North, Focus SUPs. Mahalo to all of our sponsors. As Noah Janela looks over the ledge there and can't get into it. But it's been a pretty good day number 2. We had really, really fun surf this morning. Still producing some large waves. The wind picked up a little bit, and it still produced decent waves. And then in the last hour or so, it's turned a little bit more to the west, making it a little bit more onshore. We could have survived longer if it was more from the south. But the direction, like we said, a couple of degrees makes so much difference in what it does to the ocean.
It looks like Connor's found himself one more wave, which is no easy feat today, especially during this heat right now. Whoop.
Whoops. 7 minutes and 20 seconds, 7:20 remaining. And that wave for Connor Baxter is only going to help his cause because he's with just one wave, Dave.
Yeah.
And he's able to back it up with a pretty decent score. He fell on the last turn, but the turns before that, he was able to work some maneuvers in there. So look for him to be in a solid first-place position.
That's what professionals do, Rocky. Connor's a professional. He knows what he needs to do. As long as you're up and riding, you're trying to score and take advantage of that opportunity. And it was apparent that Connor knew what the situation was, milked that thing for everything it had, gave himself the best chance to keep moving on.
So what's your commentating career been like up to this point, Dave Kalama?
Well, it's been really vast. It started around, oh gosh, let me look at my watch, a couple hours ago. It's gone all the way to 2 o'clock, so I've got a lot of experience if you count it in minutes.
Yeah. And just before we totally wrap up, want to say mahalo. Thank you for coming up and sharing and joining me up here watching these guys compete in some pretty testy conditions. But I think from the folks watching online, folks here on the beach, the feedback is positive. And oh man,
almost a collision.
That was close call there. That was Kieran
Rocky,
Grant.
my pleasure. It's so fun to engage and you watch sporting events and you're like, what's that guy talking about? He doesn't know. And I'm sure everybody out there is probably saying that about me. But nonetheless, I'm having fun being up here and giving it a go. So I've really enjoyed myself, and thanks for kind of holding my hand through this and making it easy.
Well, that's the main part about it, and we talk about it a lot. We'll watch Kieran Grant for a moment. But, with anything, especially in and around surfing and wave riding, you gotta be having fun first and foremost, and that's what we do up here. Is we enjoy watching these competitors go at it, some of the best breaks in the world, and to get to watch and commentate and give your inside scoops and analysis is always a lot of fun. Masa Motohashi on the outside. And this guy is known to be a power surfer. We'll see if he can enact some of that power on this wave. There's a nice carving turn for Masa. And looking for more on the inside. And then Connor Baxter stays
Connor with a nice hit.
Over the white water there. 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
One and done for Connor, and Masamoto, or Masa's still going.
So last score, the previous score of Connor Baxter was a 3.83. That was his backup score to the 5.33. He's now sitting in a solid first place, looking for advancement into round 3. Kieran Grant needs a 4.6. Masamoto Hashi needs a 3.08. We'll stand by for his last score. And Noah Janela dropped down to 4th. He needs a 2.08. So before we hit the 3-minute mark, Dave, just curious, what's next for Dave Kalama?
Back to Maui. Keep focusing on shaping prototypes for Imagine, the company I work for.
Okay.
And actually the same thing for Quick Blades. We're doing a lot of experimentation and R&D right now on developing the next version of the V-Drive. But hopefully be on Maui and just take advantage of winter and getting waves. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that looked like
gosh,
Noah just putting it all on the line there.
That was so close to being a great score that could have shot him from 4th to 1st.
I think just that one move might have done it, man. That was up in the throat.
Yeah, Yorana boys. All right, there's the Tahitians. Don't look back, though. The cops watching you guys.
Yeah, no, just to finish my point, back to Maui, get as many waves as I possibly can before summer gets here, and then probably get on the road and do a lot of teaching and camps and clinics and sponsor stuff like that.
And where do you go to do those things during summer?
Well, I got a camp in Turks and Caicos. I'm going to be doing a clinic at the Carolina Cup in April. I'm going to be in Texas for a demo day for Imagine. Fiji in September. No, Fiji in November. Turks and Caicos in October. So, and actually, I'll be in Hood River in August. I'll be up in Edmonton. Go see my buddy Warren at the Easy Rider.
Oh, wow.
For a contest and a race he does there. We actually surf in a mall. Yeah, surf contest.
No way. Is there a wave pool?
Wave pool.
No way.
Yeah, so that's a lot of fun.
Wow, that's awesome.
Always look forward to that. But
right on.
First priority, get home, get waves.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only, you can count the days left on the calendar to get some waves, and we just hope for the good conditions, the good waves to carry us to summer, and then it's on to the summer activities. And
that's right.
Yeah, a lot of folks here from Hawaii hit the road, or at least hit the air. Can't do much road trips from Oahu. But it's nice to get out and travel and see a little bit, and then come back home for winter. 45 seconds remaining. We still do have very strong currents and high surf and dangerous shore breaks, so please heed the warnings of the North Shore lifeguards. And we thank the North Shore lifeguards for the daily duties they do here 365 days a year, keeping everybody safe.
Mahalo.
And Hawaiian Water Patrol, mahalo. All of our production crew, thank you. And we'll be counting out this heat in about 20 seconds. Connor Baxter is going to drop down to second because the last score of Masa Motohashi comes in at a 6.83. But then Connor bounces right back into first with a 5.27 on his last score. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, so that was a very close heat. It looks like Connor Baxter able to hold on. Noah Janela with a last-ditch effort. Not much happening there for Noah. He needed a better than 6 points to get to first place. So Connor regains the lead with a 5.27. Pair that with a 5.33, and he's the heat winner for heat number 6. We're going to say aloha to Dave Kalama.
Thank you, Rocky.
And we're going to send you to a commercial break, and we'll be back with some closing remarks and official sign-off. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the Sunset Beach Pro, all part of the Stand Up World Tour. We had our women's event last Sunday. We had our trials event yesterday, and we wrapped up our first round of the main event here today, along with the Reprecharge round. And Dave Kalama, it was pretty treacherous, but good in the morning, and then challenging, but overall, great scores coming through.
Yeah, these guys did fantastic today. I think they really showed the sport well. They represented themselves well, and they showed what stand-up can be in a venue like Sunset that's just world-renowned as being a great spot to surf. Super stoked on how it turned out, even though it was a little challenging at the end.
Well, we got through our Reprecharge round. We'll be on to round number 3 on our next day of competition, whenever that may be. Tomorrow looks to be pretty windy and pretty rainy. Sunday could be a possibility with the wind clocking around more towards the north, but we need a little bit more easterly direction. Monday is President's Day. We are not able to run on that day, so we'll be on standby for next possible day tomorrow, Sunday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but we just need one more day to cherry pick that nice day.
Yes.
Definitely in the
Looking
mix.
forward to it.
Well, it's been a great day of competition, and Dave Kalama, been great having you here. We're going to sign off. Aloha. I'm Rocky Cannon.
Dave Kalama, aloha.